The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on into a Tuesday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. You can call or simply just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into. And if you text in your question, just let us know what your name is and where you're from so we can get you featured on the show. Again, 310-840-4910. So, Brad, last night, brother, first time in 37 years that the Michigan Wolverines are national champions of men's basketball. It was somewhat close at the end. It was a bit sweaty. The final score was important to many, but the Wolverines end up winning at 69-63. Dusty May, after he got to the Final Four with FAU, he gets to the summit with the Michigan Wolverines. Dan Hurley and the Huskies gave it everything they had. Neither team shot the ball well at all. The Axel Lendeborg, as limited as he was, ends up playing 36 minutes, a gritty, gutsy performance in which he scores 13 points. But the story for me, Brad, was the free throw line and how willing the officials were ready to let Michigan go to the free throw line. Oh, you laid a finger on Elliot Cadeau? It's automatic free throws for you, my friend. And so I think the referees kind of, they became a part of this game. And I know UConn, they played very aggressive and physical, and they fouled a ton all year. Still, I thought that the refs basically dictated the game for most of the contest, and I don't know if we got the true outcome. I'm not here to cry and whine and make excuses for Dan Hurley. He doesn't need me to do that for him. I'm not here to cry and whine for UConn, but damn, I really think that Michigan kind of got gifted the title in many ways because of the officiating. And you know, the Final Four in totality, the two games on Saturday, this game last night, kind of disappointed, I'm not going to lie. That doesn't take away from what an incredible season it was for Michigan. Those are my main thoughts watching that game last night. What about you?
Yeah, I think it's entirely fair about the officiating. Wide disparity in free throws for the Michigan Wolverines, and man, they took advantage. That was really the key. The game going 25 of 28 at the charity stripe, because let's be honest, Michigan played maybe arguably its worst game of the entire year. You said on the broadcast last night that UConn had to slow the pace and the tempo down. They did exactly that. They had to drag, they had to pull, kicking and fighting Michigan in the mud, and they certainly did that. It gouged out a couple eyes in the process, and was really kind of winning that wrestling match as a result. You had to feel pretty good if you're a UConn fan going in at halftime of where your team was at that point in the game. The Michigan kind of, kicked it up another notch as we all expected. I think Danny Hurley would fully admit, whether behind a mic or maybe even off the mic or off camera, if you asked him, hey, how did you feel about your team's performance? He'd probably be like, hey, I give my guys a BB+. They did exactly what I needed them to do. They hit a decent amount of threes, 9 triples in the game that kept them close. I think the magic number was probably about a dozen, maybe a little bit more than that, because if you looked at the regular season, Michigan, of course, their first loss of the year, and a surprising and shocking one was at home against Chrysler to the Wisconsin Badgers. And Wisconsin had 16 threes in that game. And I remember Axel Lendeborg was interviewed after the game, and he goes, hey, the only reason why or anybody could beat us, including the Badgers, because they made it rain from outside. You got to hit just an ungodly amount of shots to take us down. UConn, kind of flirt with that notion. And then, again, they just limited possessions and socked him in the mouth defensively. It was a gritty, it was a gutsy effort by Terrace Reed, Braylon Mullins and company. but the better team won. Even when they brought their, maybe D+ level game, they still had enough in the arsenal to get the job done. You might say, yeah, they had a friendly whistle, but they benefit from it. They went to line and they knocked down their freebies. Again, 25 of 28. They were horrendous, ghastly from three, going 2 for 15 from way downtown in that game. But they also played tremendous lockdown defense, challenging shots to the interior, getting out and, challenging shots at mid-range, even on the perimeter, though UConn hit 9 of those 33 attempts, so they were still under 30% from distance in the game. So it was a gritty effort by Michigan. They were the ones, they were bloody, they were bruised, but they emerged victorious in a 19th century kind of bare knuckle-like brawl. Kudos to Dusty May. They got the job done. And finally, the 500-pound gorilla is off the back of the Big Ten as that conference gets its first national title in hoops since Michigan State lasted it in 2000 with Mateen Cleaves. So, it wasn't the prettiest by any stretch of the imagination, Pat, but sometimes ugly wins. Sometimes a D effort wins, and that's all Michigan needed to get over the top of a surprising UConn team that, frankly, really none of us expected to be in a national title game, probably Danny Hurley included.
Yeah, the number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Do you blame the refs for UConn's loss? Because that's what I'm doing here, Brad. I think they were terrible. And again, Michigan, they played poorly. They were 0 for 8 from deep at the half, and they still had a 4-point lead. So that just goes, imagine if Michigan played a good game. They would have won by 20, but they didn't, and I think UConn was a reason for that. But, again, I still think, down the stretch, Silas Demery, anytime he literally, we know that hand checking, you're not supposed to hand check, but you see the game nowadays. Every guy's got a hand on the guy that they're defending, and sometimes they have two. Anytime Silas Demery came into the personal space of Elliot Cadeau, foul, 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 foul. Can't touch. Touch. Touch him, Silas Demery. You will be called for it. And it's like, how are you supposed to play defense? How are you supposed to play defense against a great team like that if you can't make it physical, right? And Michigan was physical too. How many times did I have to see Braylon Mullins try to get to the cup, Terrace Reed in a sea of 6 different Michigan arms swatting them and grabbing them? No foul. No foul for UConn. Foul every time for Michigan. I just thought it was ridiculous. And let's hear what Dan Hurley, let's hear what the two-time national champion had to say for himself. Here is Dan Hurley after the game when asked about the officiating.
How much the officiating changed the game tonight?
This guy. Is there fine? What I know about fines, is there
a fine for Zach?
I think so.
It seemed like he was very inconsistent from first half to second half and touch fouls.
Hey, listen, that's an all-star group there. Kip, Kip and Jeff. Obviously, and James, who we're familiar with as well. It's such a physical game. Michigan is so physical. I just thought, and again, it's not the reason why we lost the game. Obviously, plus 13 at the free throw line, plus 12 in attempts. I just thought that the first half, foul trouble, really. I thought we were, positioned if we didn't have that foul trouble to potentially go into the halftime with a lead. You go in with a lead, and they make a run, you're down 5 instead of 11. But we also too, a problem for our team has been undisciplined fouling, at times. But it's hard to ref that game. We both played so hard. That's not an easy, game to officiate. And if I could have those 3 guys ref, every game the rest of my career, I would sleep well at night.
So now there's a lot of people, and by the way, I tweeted this last night, couldn't give Dan Hurley another title, had to make sure that the officials gifted it to Michigan. And look, I was rooting hard for UConn. I really was. And, there's a lot of emotional Michigan fans in my comments. You would think they'd be busy celebrating a title, but, instead they decided to flood my comment section, which is fine. Some people, you're just crying because you lost the bet. First of all, Losing, it had nothing to do with it. Second of all, I had UConn plus 7.5. So I won the bet, right? And it's still
won.
Yeah, I just don't know how you watch that game and think like, wow, this is a national title game, and we've got like 60 combined free throw attempts, and 70% of them are for the Michigan Wolverines here. Every time they get into the lane, it's a foul. Every time UConn does it, it's seemingly it's not a foul. But like, you mean to tell me that all of a sudden everybody becomes an officiating expert? Everybody knows what's a foul and what's not a foul on Twitter. So maybe that's my fault for getting too involved on social media. But the one thing I did see, Brad, was that there was a lot of people saying, was Dan Hurley being sarcastic in that answer? I don't think so. I watched the clip as well. I mean, he calls out the names, the refs by name, and says that if they officiated every game, he would sleep well at night. I think he was honestly being complimentary. He talked about how UConn has been undisciplined. But, at the beginning of the statement, he does ask something about like getting a fine, right? He'd get fined if he would have ripped the officiating. So do you think he was being genuine there, or do you think he was being sarcastic?
I think it was authentic. I really do. I mean, you could tell by the tone. I could read the body language immediately. He was being a steady Eddie in that moment in terms of keeping his emotions in check. He may have bought himself some kind calls down the road. Maybe it's a crew that he is used to seeing in some of those rough and rugged games on the East Coast there, the Big East. So, he's got to bump into those guys again. People don't forget. So you got to lose graciously, unlike Gino Ariema, who we're probably going to talk about again a little bit later on in the program, who did the exact opposite. But look, I think there were some blown calls that went both ways. I remember vividly Mara was getting absolutely triple teamed and mauled in the half court with the ball in his hands, and he was enduring a lot of contact. Did they blow the whistle? No, they didn't. Yes, there were some touch fouls. Yes, Demery was getting picked on. I totally agree with that point of view, but I think there were some blown calls when Michigan had the ball in hand. Look, you could, argue about this until you're blue in the face. But in the end, I think Michigan was the better team on the floor. They made, timely plays in that game. L.A. Cadeau was awesome. Really from beginning to end. Morez Johnson was equally awesome for at least 3/4 of the game. And those two guys, remember the first 15 points of the contest for U of M were Morez Johnson and L.A. Cadeau and nobody else. So it was really an early two-man effort, but became largely a team effort down the stretch. Sherry McKinney had a couple of big buckets over the final few minutes of the game. I just go back to the better team winning in the end, giving a D+ effort overall. You're right. If Michigan would have hit 30% of their threes, we'd be talking about a blowout of epic proportions, really from start to finish against the Huskies. So the only reason why UConn was competitive in that game is because they controlled the pace and they made it an absolute fight. Unfortunately for UConn, they were the ones that took one right on the kisser and got knocked out in the end.
Yeah, and I think the backbreaker was 2 minutes left to go. Caravan had just hit one from the parking lot to make it a 6-point game. And then Roddy Gale throws the ball away. Terrace Reed comes up with a great play. And I swear, if these damn basketballs weren't so overinflated, he probably tracks the ball down. And he probably dunks it home, and it's a 4-point game, and all of a sudden, Michigan, it goes toothpick time. You know what that means? When what gets so tight, you can't even put a toothpick in there. And so he tracks it down, he saves it, and then Solo Ball misses a layup where, again, I thought there was a foul. The rest don't call it. Morez Johnson gets it, finds Trey McKinney, and he drills a triple. That was the dagger. That was the backbreaker there. Ian and Raf and Grant Hill said it on the broadcast. It's a 5-point swing right there. It goes from being a 4-point game. Now it's a 9-point game with 1:50. And then, and then again, was it Solo Ball who banked one in, a shot that had no business going in to make it a 4-point game, to at least make it close. And Roddy Gale misses both of his free throws. And if UConn could just get one more bucket, it would have been really tight. But, Malachi Smith is in the game at this point because Silas Demery is out and they take way too long. And then they force up a bad three. Caravan has to shoot one from nearly the logo. And that was it. Again, UConn knew the game plan that they needed to have. They needed to hit their threes. And in the first half, Caravan hits his first 2. He would then finish 1 for his last 8. Braylon Mullen started off, I think, 1 for 6. And then he got hot in the second half. if you could have just those two guys working in tandem, this could have been a completely different game for UConn. But they didn't hit their threes. You mentioned Michigan. They also couldn't hit shots as well. So in a game where the margins became super razor thin, a 6-point win, it felt like it was inevitable for most of the time for Michigan because they did lead by double digits a couple of times. And that they showed their championship medal. And that's why Dusty May is going to work out a new contract extension here with Michigan, and he's going to get paid as a top 5 coach in the sport. It's why I took FAU to the Final Four. Yeah, they had an amazing roster with talent, but they found a way to win many games this year when they weren't at their best. And last night, like you mentioned, it was probably a D game from Michigan. I don't think UConn played much better, but every time Michigan felt UConn cutting into that deficit and Duke folded like a cheap lawn chair, Michigan had the answer. Michigan, whether it was Lendeborg with just a couple of buckets in the second half, whether it was Cadeau, who was massive in the second half with all the free throws, they had the answer every time to at least make sure it didn't get to a one-possession game. And I don't think it ever did, right? I don't think it ever did after they went up by 11. No. And so there you go. That was the answer. So kudos again to Michigan. I had a sour taste in my mouth from the officiating. It became a foul fest, and it was, in my opinion, in one way, one favor of one team.
Now, bear the hatchet, my friend. I got a fun fact for you. This was posted by OptaStats on X. In the NCAA tournament, teams are 1-50 all-time win, scoring under 70 points, shooting under 40% from the field, shooting under 15% from three on 15-plus attempts, and getting out-rebounded. The one win was the last night by the Michigan Wolverines. That's crazy. That's mind-blowing. 9 times out of 10, or like 99.9% of the time, Michigan loses that game. They really do. But they were so outstanding in their own right defensively. And you're right. Okay, so they benefited from those whistles, but they took advantage. They only missed 3 free throws, on those absurd number of attempts, 28 of them. So a fun little factoid there that I found on X from OptaStats, just how ridiculous and how rare of a victory that was for Michigan, despite playing, very subpar game. So kudos to them. And Dusty May, man, what a turnaround. I mean, this program after Juwan Howard exited and Phil Martelli was there and, just kind of filling a gap. They were the dregs of the cake, man. They were in a rough spot. You thought they were going to be perennial doormats for the foreseeable future in the Big Ten. And then they hired Dusty May after the FAU explosion, get him to the Final Four, and look what Dusty May has done. Just turn this program around in a snap of a finger overnight, and they win a national championship for the first time since the Glenn Rice team in 1989. Quite remarkable, to say the least.
Yeah, again, number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Just really quickly as a side here, I don't know if at any point there was any like laugh out loud, knee slapping moments from Ian and Raph and Grant Hill, or if there was like a play that was just so absurd that the call made the play. But just listening to that game, it was a treat to know that the broadcast crew is as good as it gets for the sport.
Yes.
You got a play-by-play guy that meets every moment. You got a legend in Raph. You got a great Grant Hill who plays that third role because he is the third role, right? Raph's the star of the show. Yeah. And Grant Hill plays it so damn well. Every point they made, every like little nuance of a broadcast when you're watching and you're like, oh yeah, like, I was just thinking that. That's a good point to bring up. I mean, it's just such a treat when you've got a gold standard, diamond elite broadcast team calling the biggest game of the sport. And I feel spoiled again that Ian, friend of the show, complimented us, and we've had him on a couple of times, and that we get to watch that crew call the biggest game of the sport. I couldn't stop thinking to myself, like, damn, I got to wait another 12 months for the one shining moment. I got to wait another 12 months to hear Ian, Raph, and Grant Hill. I got to wait another 11 months for March Madness, but I think we soaked in every second, and the broadcast team did a phenomenal job.
And not to be overlooked, the best silent reporter in the college hoops game, Tracy Wolfson. She's amazing, man. She hustles, and I saw her in person. I knew she was small, and I didn't realize she was that small. And what is so funny when she's standing next to Adai Mara, and she's been taking a picture with him the last couple of seasons. I mean, she's ultra tiny. I mean, she's got to get on her tippy toes just to reach the mic up anywhere close to Mara's face, and she soaks it in because she is one of the best in the business in getting information, delivering the information in a concise and timely fashion. A lot of people land-based, a lot of the sideline reporters that are out there, regardless of sport, but I know a lot of them, and they hustle their asses off, and they do a tremendous job, and she is case in point. So bravo. Well stated by you. That incredible team cover the NCAA tournament every single season for CBS, TBS, Turner, True TV, which we realize exists this time every year. They knock it out of the park, and I cannot wait as well until the action resumes next March. And you know me, I'll start getting after it come late October, early November, because I cannot resist college basketball. In my opinion, the best sport, bar none, on the planet, and I will bare-knuckle fight anybody like I watched in that national title game last night if they disagree.
Yeah, again, number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You're listening to BetMGM tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans. We're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. So again, we want you to join the show. Do you think the refs were to blame for UConn losing? Am I being a whiny little, you know what? Because a lot of people on Twitter were calling me that. I still think that this game deserved a better fate from the whistles. And any takeaways you have on Michigan winning it, Dusty May, Yaxel Lendabor. I don't think he's getting enough credit, by the way, Brad. Yaxel Lendabor playing with, like...
Yes, crazy.
We saw the injury on Saturday. We saw him limp off the floor. We saw him on the bike. We saw him with a huge leg wrap on, sprained MCL and a low-grade ankle sprain. And the guy comes back 2 days later, plays every single minute. He clearly wasn't at his best because he didn't grab a ton of rebounds. He wasn't, the point guy that he is, half the time for this offense. But he scored 13 points. He played nearly every minute, and just his presence clearly lifted Michigan. So I thought that him being limited would help UConn keep it close, and I guess in many ways it did. But also, I didn't think he was going to play 36 freaking minutes. So I think, for any NBA scouts and NBA GMs that are thinking about taking this kid and anywhere between picks number 9 and 14, I think you got a resounding yes as a reason why you should draft him after seeing that, just the effort and the hustle and the pride last night.
Yeah, I totally agree, man. It was a gutsy effort. A guy is just, nails tough, and he showed it, that resiliency last night. He said at halftime, Tracy Wolf said, he goes, yeah, I'm not me right now. He was frustrated, but, he was grinding through it. Hit a couple of timely shots, grabbed a couple of key rebounds, played some decent defense. The lateral agility was, coming at a cost. There was no question about it. But Yaxel to the Maxel, man, when he is 100%, he's one of the best players in the college game. And I would be salivating right now if I were an NBA GM sitting there like around pick number 10 to that pick number 15 range, because that guy is going to be a focal point of your roster for years to come. Back up the truck, spend the money, cut the kid a check, and you certainly will not regret it.
All right, we'll take a short break. Phone number to join is 310-840-4910. But when we come back, we'll talk to a very prideful UConn Husky fan. He was in the building last night. We've been chatting to him for weeks. Rob Doster, the co-founder of the Field of 68, will have to come on and talk about his Huskies not being able to get their third title in the last 4 years, but still an incredible season. We're going to talk to Rob Doster when we come back. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
See you later. Bye. Dexter Lawrence wants out. He wants more money. Let someone else pay him. Goodbye. He's a very good player. I'm not disputing it. Again, the record, 36-79-1. And invariably, people will say, well, it's not his fault. Who are the rest of the team? I get it. I understand. My point is is that he's not this kind of transformational player that, like, they're going to win games because of him. They have been one of the, if not the worst teams in football with him. They can be bad without him. They don't need him to be bad. They can be bad without him. Or maybe, what a novel thought this is, maybe they can be good without him. Because Dexter Lawrence is such a good player, and because his contract is not one of the most cumbersome, it's not an albatross of a contract, there will be teams that will be very interested in Dexter Lawrence. So again, the point of this is not that he's bad at all. He's good. If the Giants can get a late first-round pick, let's say, and, Bill Zimmerman and Kenny Henderson, the Bears have been talked about, like their team. Could the Bears be interested? Yesterday we talked about, Nnamdi Madubuike may be coming back for the Baltimore Ravens, right? What if he doesn't? Would the Ravens trade the 14th overall pick for Dexter Lawrence and pair him with Trey Hendrickson on a reshaped defensive line as a piece for Jesse Minter? What about Jesse Minter's old team, the Los Angeles Chargers, who have a bleep ton of cap space and refuse to spend it because Joe Ortiz, the general manager, comes from Baltimore when they don't overspend. They have a huge amount of cap space. They had it last year and they have it now. Maybe they'd like to use some of it to try and win this year. Maybe Dexter Lawrence goes to Los Angeles and goes to the Chargers. The Giants should absolutely do this and get an extra first-round pick. North Carolina this season can absolutely be better than Duke. And I understand that Hubert Davis and North Carolina beat Duke in Coach K's final game in the Final Four. I understand that. But in the post-Coach K, let's call it post-Coach K, Roy Williams era, I know that North Carolina won that game. I understand. Duke has been the better program, despite that. And I think even the most diehard North Carolina fan, if you gave them truth serum, would have to admit that Duke has been the better program. North Carolina can be better than Duke. The way that it happens is if Carolina spends the money that Duke spends. That's how it happens. Because if the talent is somewhat equivalent, right? So you look at Duke and you look at Carolina and you say, look, obviously, Carolina had Caleb Wilson, right? And he's a great player. Duke better than North Carolina this year. Fair to say? I think so. If we get to next year in the ACC and Carolina is better, the same, or slightly worse than Duke, talent-wise, here would be my question to everybody. Who do you trust more at the end of a close game? John Shire, who has to beat the allegations. Remember what I said last Monday after Duke blew it against UConn in the East Regional Final. I think Shire will win a national championship at Duke. I think he will. But until that happens, the questions will be there about his ability to close out big games and not oversee absolute mind-numbing, soul-crushing collapses. Who are you going to trust at the end of these games? John Shire or NBA champion Michael Malone?
From kickoff to the final whistle, you're locked into BetMGM Tonight. Weeknights with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Let's get our guy in here right now. Let's go to the guest line and talk to Rob Doster, co-founder of the Field of 68 and Shoot Your Shot Productions. You can find him on Twitter at Rob Doster, and he's a UConn fan. So, Rob, instead of asking how you're feeling, I'm just going to say right off the bat to you, I tweeted it last night. I said it to start the show here today. I think UConn got hosed by the refs. I thought there was a mandate right from the beginning to gift Michigan the title. Do you feel the same way, or are you like Danny Hurley and not going to blame the refs for last night's loss?
First and foremost, I really do appreciate the Joe Budden bumper music coming in because the vibes were getting kind of low here. Season ended, no more college basketball to watch, and my team just lost in the national title game. But you get a little bit of that Joe Budden going, I'm feeling a little bit better. Two, we can't start the show. This is the first time that I've talked to Bradley since Saturday. We can't start by talking about what happened on Monday night. I just got to mention that once again, UConn owns Illinois. UConn owns
yeah, thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you.
And there's nothing that makes me happier than being able to say that to you. When it comes to the officiating, look, I thought that for the most part, the game was called fairly well, right? Michigan is big, and they are physical, and they are tough, and they are athletic, and they try to bully you, and that is a hard thing to kind of officiate when you are trying to find a way to be able to have a game that flows. I thought that the ones that the refs did miss were brutal timing for the misses. And what I mean by that is Terrace Reed's second foul was an absolute joke. The idea that was the moving screen that they called to give him a second foul with 4 minutes left in the first half, and that immediately led to a 6-0 run for Michigan, which was, by the way, the longest run that anybody had in that game was Michigan scoring those 6 straight points right there. I thought that was abysmal, and that was something that you cannot get that one wrong. You cannot make that call in that moment. I thought that Demery's third foul early in the second half was really, really bad. If you're going to call a moving screen on Terrace Reed, you got to call the moving screen that forced Silas to foul Elliot Cadeau on the third time that they had that right there. But those two, they were so big because it forced the two most important pieces that UConn had to the bench, right? And those were not good. But beyond that, I don't think that the UConn lost because of the officiating. Beyond that, but when you send those players to the bench in those key moments, that is something where you're not going to be able to recover from it, right? The drop-off from Terrace Reed to Eric Riva is just too large against a team that has a Dymar, Morez Johnson. Yeah, they literally have an NBA front line. 3 guys that are all going to probably end up being first-round picks. That was their front line. And we're asking a freshman that played 5 minutes in the Saturday semifinal game to go out there and handle it by himself. That's a big ask. So I just think that giving those guys those fouls that put them on the bench was too much. But at the end of the day, look, if UConn shoots, UConn was 9 for 33 from 3 on Monday night, which I'm not going to sit there and pretend like I'm a math genius, but that's somewhere around 30%. On Saturday night, they shot 12 for 33 from 3, which, again, not pretending to be a math genius, but that's somewhere around 37%. If they had shot what they shot on Saturday, on Monday night, they win that game. To me, that Monday's loss was as simple as UConn just did not shoot the ball well enough in the game where they knew they had to make a whole bunch of threes to be able to have a chance to win. And I think that's just kind of what that game came down to.
Yeah, you're kind of piggybacking my next question. And Doster, boohoo, cry me a river, my man. You're part of a fan base that is spoiled rotten to the core. So, yeah, I tell you my line. I'm a bitter Betsy about that, but maybe got your comeuppance a little bit against Michigan. Let's go ahead and dive in on that. Do you feel that Danny Hurley had what ideally was a perfect game plan that was almost executed exactly the way that he wanted, was pulling Michigan into the mud and slowing their game down? The only way, in your estimation, that UConn could overcome the clear on paper mismatch? You felt they, played pretty close to a flawless game outside of missing a couple opportunities and not getting a friendly whistle?
I mean, yes. Look, it's very clear who the juggernaut was in this game, right? It's the same thing as what we saw with like UConn in the 2024 championship game, where it's like, yeah, Purdue's really good, but this UConn team is like generational, right? We saw it with the 2018 Villanova team. We saw it with 2009 North Carolina. Like there's just teams where you know that they are better than everybody else, and you're just hoping that you can do enough to be able to keep yourself in the fight and have a chance to be able to steal something at the end. And I thought that's what UConn was able to do. They had the perfect game plan. I would not say that they executed it to perfection. I would say that they executed it to about 90.3% perfection. And that's not going to be able to beat a team as good as Michigan is. Like there was a play in the first half. The score is 18-15. UConn gets a stop, and there's a rebound that's coming straight to Jalen Stewart and Alex Caravan. And both of them just kind of like wait for the other guy to get it. They end up dropping the ball, and I think it's Morris Johnson picks it up and makes a layup. So instead of having a chance to be able to push it to a two-possession lead, it's now 18-17 again as you head into the under 8 timeout. There was a play late in the second half where Terrace Reed jumps a passing lane and tries to tip the ball out in front of him so he can go get a dunk, but he tips it a little bit too far, chases it down, saves it, solo ball has a chance to make a layup. It doesn't go in because Michigan's able to track back, and they go down the other end of the floor, and Trey McKinney bangs a three, despite the fact that UConn, like 2 times on that possession, had chances to get steals where they were like an inch away from it, right? There was one in, I believe it was the first half as well. No, it was early second half where they actually stopped Yaxel Lindenberg on a transition, but Terrace Reed goes too far under the basket, doesn't realize that there's guys coming in behind him, and kind of lazily goes up to try to get a rebound and gets dunked on bad by Roddy Gale. It's little moments like that. There were open threes that they missed, right? If you are going to be able to beat a team like Michigan, you cannot have those. Like that's multiple 4-point or 5-point swings right there. And you cannot have those when you're trying to take down the team that is very clearly the best team in college basketball this season.
Yeah, that's very true. Doster, get your quick thoughts. A portal opened, and of course, we already got 1,500 names in it. I think Jeff Goodman's name is in it. I think LaTulip has still got some collegiate eligibility. His name is in it. But one of the biggest names is John Blackwell from Wisconsin. Probably going to be the top of the priority list for a lot of coaches that are out there. Any other surprising names that you have seen so far? Maybe some other guys that could be entering in the coming days. Just give me your general thoughts on the portal and who is already available and maybe where they're going to land here in the near future.
At this point, the way that I'm operating is everybody is in the portal. I just assume that every single player is in the portal until you see an announcement that they're coming back to school. They're either in the portal or going to the NBA. And for me, players announcing that they're transferring is not the news. It's the players that are announcing that they're coming back is the news. So that's kind of where I'm at with it, man. Like, this is just what it's going to end up being right now. And I think this year you're going to see a little bit of an overemphasis on it because teams at the top of the sport are not going to be able to load up with freshmen the way that they did this year. Like Duke's not going to be having like a 4 or 5 man stud freshman class coming in because the freshmen in this year's class aren't good. Like, well, I mean, they're good, but they're not DeBonsa, they're not Darren Peterson, they're not Cam Boozer, they're not Cooper Flagg. So if Duke's going to load up on stars, they're going to have to do it with guys that they're pulling out of the portal. And that's going to have a trickle-down effect, right? So you mentioned John Blackwell, right? Let's just say that John Blackwell's the guy that ends up going to Duke. Well, that means Wisconsin's going to have to find someone. So Wisconsin's going to go and take a guy from maybe a step down of a high major or maybe sort of like a Mountain West kind of a program. And then that team is going to have to open something up. And you're just going to see that kind of trickle down slowly and slowly and slowly. So I think there's going to be even more movement this year. And I think the spending's going to be up too. Like this is the problem with where we are in college basketball right now. When you don't have the ability to have these players get identified as professionals. You don't have the ability to put together a labor agreement where everyone can kind of say, hey, this is what the standard contract's going to look like. This is what happens when you buy out, this, that, and the third. There's no incentive for agents or players to do that because they want to be able to have those bidding wars every single spring. So it's where we are right now, man. You got to be able to adapt, or you got to be able to, or you're just going to end up going the way of, some of these legends that are no longer in our game.
Yeah.
Talking to Rob Doster here, co-founder of the Field of 68. We're talking with him on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Rob, we only got about a minute left, so I was going to ask you if you were surprised that it was Elliot Cadeau who was the driving force behind the win last night, in my opinion, or if you'd like to answer, I know it's tough coming off the UConn loss, but where do you think this Michigan team ranks all time, or at least this century, in terms of national champions?
I don't think that you can compare teams that are playing now to like the late 90s, early 2000s teams, just because not only did you have guys that were staying for 2, 3, 4 years, but you had guys doing that were the best players in college basketball, right, and the best recruits in college basketball. I time it around like 2009, 2010 is the modern era, and I would say for me it's probably 2018 Villanova, 2009 North Carolina, 2015 Kentucky. I would put 2025 Duke in there. I'd put 2024 UConn in there, and I would have 2026 Michigan there as the best teams that I've seen since I've been doing this. As crazy as it sounds, even though they didn't win, I think last year's Duke team was as good of a college basketball team as we've ever seen. And they just weren't able to get it done for obvious reasons. But I'd say they're top 5. I'm not ready to say that they're number 1. Like, you got to remember that 2009 North Carolina team, Ty Lawson, Wayne Ellington, Danny Green, Tyler Hansbrough. Like, what are we talking about here, man? That's ridiculous. You got 4 first-round picks. You got 4 guys that played a long time in the NBA. And, I'm not ready to put anyone above that. But this was a very, very, very good Michigan team. And you know what? You know who I'm super happy for is Elliot Cadeau. Like, that's a dude that went to college early to be able to try to fill a hole that North Carolina needed. Struggled as a freshman because he was supposed to be a high school senior. As a sophomore, came back when he was supposed to be a freshman and was played in a system where he had 3 little guards next to him who all needed the ball in their hands to be effective, and was just like he took the brunt of the blame for why North Carolina struggled, leaves, and ends up being the MOP of a team that wins a national title. Like that dude proved so many people wrong, and I bet he feels very good about the fact that we see all these changes at North Carolina largely due to the fact that they just did not have a point guard on this year's roster. So I saw Elliot was kind of talking his talk a little bit on Instagram Live last night, and I hope he does that quite a bit more because, man, he's got so much to be proud of.
Yes, he does.
Good stuff, Rob. Well, in case you didn't drink enough over this past weekend, maybe you can drink the rest of your sorrows away after the loss. We appreciate the time, brother. Looking forward to catching up with you soon.
See you, fellas. Hey, Brad, that's 3 straight, man. That's 3 straight.
Don't worry, man. We're coming. We're only slow playing this, so relax. We'll get you.
Later, guys.
There you go.
See you, man.
Rob Doster, co-founder of the Field of 68, joining us after the Michigan Wolverines won the national championship last night against UConn. All right, we'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll talk some of the big early evening baseball games and an interesting stat or two around each one of them. And yeah, it's only the first to second week of the season, but some big meaning in tonight's games, including are the Blue Jays going to freaking wake up? He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight at Westwood One Sports.
If you don't think Kirk Cousins is starting week 1 for the Raiders, assuming health, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you're dim-witted. I don't know how else to put it. Kirk Cousins did not get like a 1-year, $7 million deal. He's getting $20 million. $20 million. He's starting to begin the year for the Raiders. 100%. Unless he's not healthy. Kirk Cousins is going to start. And I hate that. And I can appreciate the counters that people have to that, which are, like Mendoza. Like it's a college offense that he ran. And I don't mean that as an insult. They won the national title. But tons of RPOs. It was not a pro-style scheme that Mendoza ran. And then you have Clint Kubiak, who's running a variant of like the Shanahan scheme and what his dad ran, obviously. And look, there will be a learning curve for Fernando Mendoza. So I understand the thought process of don't throw him to the Wolves. I disagree with that. You're going to take him first overall. Let him play. Let him learn. Let him work through it. If he's good enough to be the top overall pick, he'll figure it out. Now, whether or not Mendoza starts in week 1, I think it's important for me to say this. I think Fernando Mendoza is going to be a really good NFL quarterback. And I think the partnership between Mendoza and Clint Kubiak is going to bear fruit. I would be pretty surprised if at some point early on in the Mendoza-Kubiak partnership that the Las Vegas Raiders were not at least contenders in the final weeks of the regular season for a wild card spot, if not more. I think Mendoza's going to be a stud, and I have optimism in what Clint Kubiak will be as a head coach, and obviously we know he's a very good offensive play caller. It's just not going to be this year. Like to quote Vince McMahon, the Raiders will be good, but not tonight, but not this year. Everyone is bitching and moaning about the officiating as if that's the reason that Connecticut lost this game last night. Connecticut lost the game because Connecticut wasn't good enough, period, end of story, to take advantage of a zillion opportunities presented to it in the form of Michigan not playing well in the game. Think about all the things that happened for UConn in the game. Michigan shot 13% from 3. UConn made 7 more threes than Michigan did. UConn had more rebounds. UConn had more assists. And Michigan's best player was hurt. Not playing at 100%. All of these things happened, and UConn still lost. How about this? In the history of the NCAA tournament, OptaStats credit for this. Teams are 1-50 all time when they score under 70 points, shoot under 40% from the field, and shoot under 15% from 3 on 15 or more attempts, and get out rebounded. The one in 1-50, Michigan, last night. You want to tell the truth about what happened about last night's game? While everybody is in a rush and he's the best. And this run for UConn has been majestic and marvelous, and we're going to credit them. We're going to credit them. But if you're going to tell the truth about this game, you need to say UConn blew it.
Live lines, late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-48910. Huge shout-out to our guy, Rob Doster, once again for joining us. Even though his Huskies lost last night, he made sure to remind Brad that they did beat Illinois in the Final Four over the weekend. So you got the silver medal, bragging to the bronze medal, if you will. I know there's no third place game, but, it's like the guy that comes in second bragging to the guy that comes in third. Should have told him to shut his trap. Anyway, we got a big night of baseball that's already begun. You got a couple of games coming up here. One that's starting in 15 minutes from now, not too far away from me, in the Bronx, Yankees A's. And so can Cy Young, a.k.a. Cam Schlittler, continue his dominance? 11 2/3 innings without a run allowed. Meanwhile, you got Aaron Savali going for the A's, who the Yankees have just absolutely tattooed almost every time he pitches against them. And so, Brad, do you think a guy that I've been hyping up as a potential Cy Young candidate, does Cam Schlittler continue his early season dominance against what has been a pretty scrappy A's lineup? Or do the A's find a way to make this game close tonight? Does Aaron Savali actually tame these Yankee bats here at Yankee Stadium tonight? He's got a 6.35 ERA in 7 appearances against the Yankees. Any chance to think that the cityless A's, are they playing Sacramento, the A's keep this one close tonight, or do you think Schlittler dominates again?
Look, I love Schlittler tonight. Oh, I said it correctly. I didn't break any violations. How about that? Pat myself on the back for that. I think he's going to go out there and miss a lot of bats because that's what he has done this season. First 2 starts of the 2026 MLB season, a guy with 11.57 K per 9. That's terrific. A 31.8% call plus swinging strike rate. Also equally outstanding. He's got 8 strikeouts, 7 strikeouts. I think he's going to strike out at least a lucky number 7 tonight. And if you want to bet on that, it's minus 125 on the over 6.5 Ks right now to Purder's there at BetMGM. Nobody has struck out more this season than the Athletics. They have punched out 29.6% of their plate appearances. So this is a formula for dominance for Schlittler. So, yeah, man, Cy Young, Cam Schlittler going to be one and the same, hand in hand yet again. This could be another blanked effort of the Athletics. And given the fact that Savali's gotten absolutely obliterated, tattooed, spanked by the Bombers previously, it's probably going to be more of the same. So it could be Yankees by, 35-0.
Well, I'll be rooting for that one. And then finally, Dodgers Blue Jays rematch of the World Series last year. This one starting in 15 minutes in Toronto. And if there was ever an April game that you have to play with a little bit more pride, I think it's this one for the Blue Jays, who have lost 5 in a row, got swept by the White Sox, and then last night got embarrassed by the Dodgers 14-2. The good news, they got Kevin Gausman going, who has been nearly untouchable so far this season with just 1 earned run allowed through 12 innings with 21 strikeouts. The bad news, they're going up against Yoshi Yamamoto, who they have not hit well in the couple of times they've faced him. So do the Blue Jays wake up in this one? I'm not sure. The one guy I want to focus on is Max Muncy because he has owned Kevin Gausman 7 for 23 lifetime with 4 bombs. I think Muncy gets at least a hit tonight. That's minus 130 on BetMGM. That's the way I want to play this one, but I'll be interested to see if the Blue Jays show a freaking pulse.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to. I think they're going to be DOA because the pitching matchup is just downright spectacular. This game should come down the bullpens. Some of those arms are trotting in from the outfield and will probably be determined late as a result. I mean, this could be a pitcher's duel, 0-0. I would not be at all shocked by that come like the 7th inning or so. That's why I love the under in this game on 7.5 runs at a minus 105 right now at BetMGM. Mentioned Gausman with a 10K and 11K performance, that microscopic 0.75 ERA, but Yosh ain't too shabby either. 3.00 ERA this season. Both these teams, when operating at full strength, can really fire on all cylinders and lay the lumber to say the least. But tonight, it should be a pitcher's duel. 2-1, 1-0. Wouldn't remotely shock me. That's why I love the under on the 7.5.
All right, we'll take a short break. When we come back, Fernando Mendoza is doing something that is shocking a lot of people. Does it matter? And is it the right decision? And in any way, does it change your opinion on him? We'll talk about that when we come back. What that is, again, come back and find out. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
It'd be wrong. He's been consistently the better player between the two. Although, listen, I run my simulations as well. It's not all vibes over here. And an interesting thing that the simulations spit out is that Bryson has better win equity overall than John Rahm. But when you start going down the list, top 5 percentage, top 10, 20, 30, made cut percentage, John Rahm smokes him in everything else. Because when Bryson peaks, he's really hard to beat. My issue with Bryson at Augusta is when you take a look at his style of game, it's driving and putting. Kind of crappy chipper, and his irons are wildly inconsistent. You can't win the Masters with wildly inconsistent irons. This is what has happened to him over the course of the past 2 years. He's come no worse than 6th in either of the past 2 years. But the moment his irons get away from him, and they always do, all of a sudden, he's not so good anymore, because especially off these tight surfaces, he's just not that good around the greens. Maybe he'll chip in every now and then, but it always rears its ugly head at the worst times. I remember 2 years ago when he was the first round leader, carried the sign on his back. Everyone was all fired up for Bryson. Once it dried out, those were very wet conditions, and he'll play better at Augusta if it is wet. If it's ever a rainy Masters, take a look at Bryson. This year, no rain, no wind in the forecast. It's going to be firm. It's going to be fast. And I do not trust his irons or his around the green. Could he do it? Yeah, of course he could. He's Bryson. He's an amazing player. Gets it together for 4 days. That's not where my money would be going. It would be versus the two, even in a head-to-head. It would be on John Rahm, just because his median outcome is so much better than Bryson's, especially with the way that he's playing right now.
Dusty May is unbelievable. And I think the only coach that you can say right now in college basketball might be, let's say if Hurley's going to be one, the only argument would be for second best over Dusty May is Rick Pitino. That's it. And if you wanted to argue Rick Pitino, I get it. I would totally understand that. We can talk about some of the others, right? Does anyone want to put John Shire in this rarefied air? John Shire, some people are addicted to booze. Some people are addicted to weed. Some people are addicted to sex. John Shire is addicted to blowing games in the NCAA tournament that his team should win. You want to put John Shire? I'm sure he can get there. He's not there now. Would you rather have Tom Izzo or Dusty May? Not an insult to Tom Izzo to say I'd rather have Dusty May. Tommy Lloyd or Dusty May. Tommy Lloyd is still looking for the license plate of the truck that ran them over on Saturday night. Matt Painter, Bill Self, great coach, great recruiter. I think Dusty May's a better in-game coach. Brad Underwood, TJ Otzelberger. I'll take Dusty May over basically anyone that isn't named Danny Hurley. And given the age, right? So if you had to pick one right now for your program, you would take Dusty May over Rick Pitino. Because Pitino's in his 70s. Pitino's great. But I think you would take May right now if you were starting a program.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. Hour number 2 begins right now. He's Brad Evans. And I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line is 310-840-4910. Again, you can call or simply just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into at 310-840-4910. That first hour flew by. All of our reactions and takeaways from the men's national championship game last night, won by the Michigan Wolverines 69-63 over UConn. I thought the officials played way too big of a hand in it. Brad disagrees, but at the end of the day, both teams neither played well. Michigan did enough to win. Congrats to Dusty May and the Wolverines on the second championship in program history. Our guy Brian Bush, who is the play-by-play guy from Michigan on their men's basketball radio network, he joined us last night, so I can imagine they're getting ready to party in Ann Arbor the rest of this week and the rest of the month. So any takeaways you have on that, 310-840-4910. This segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. Brad, I want to talk a little football here because it may not feel like big news, but I feel like for a player of this magnitude and because he's the number 1 overall pick and because it's the Raiders and because, this is not a great quarterback class, so he is going to be one of the brightest names in the sport, hopefully, for the next decade plus. Fernando Mendoza today, I think he did something pretty shocking. He has informed the NFL that he does not plan to attend the NFL draft. Instead, he wants to enjoy it with his family. He wants to share the draft experience with his family in Miami. Remember when they played Miami in the national championship game just a couple of months ago? That was a surreal moment for him because it was essentially a homecoming. He is just outside of Coral Gables and outside of Miami Gardens where Hard Rock Stadium is. And so it's a guarantee. The Raiders are taking Fernando Mendoza. But for all the Raiders fans, thousands of them that'll probably flock to Pittsburgh where the NFL draft is in less than 20 days from now, they're not going to see Fernando Mendoza walking across the stage. Roger Goodell's not going to hug Fernando Mendoza. It's going to kind of be like, remember the COVID draft where everybody was at home. And this is not new. We've seen the number 1 overall pick do this in recent years, even when it wasn't COVID times. But Fernando Mendoza is going to stay at home with his family. And I got to be honest, I don't mind it one bit. I actually like Fernando Mendoza even more for this, right? As a guy that does not care about the spotlight and the fame and the honors and having the cameras all on him and showing up with a suit that's decked out in chains and jewelry and ice and designer suits and all this other mumbo jumbo stuff that, look, if I was 22 years old and I just, basically am getting ready to cash in on 30, 40 plus $1 million, I can't say I wouldn't be decked out with the suit and the ice, but it doesn't seem like he cares about that. He's going to be at home with his family. And I think this only makes the legend of Fernando Mendoza grow even more. I got zero problem with this.
Yeah, it increases his likability, his affability overall. I totally and completely agree. It is his moment. Thus, it is his decision. It's no different than like a couple want to get married at a destination wedding. Maybe they want to do it in Vegas. Maybe they want to do it in the Bahamas. Maybe they want to, do it and say, scrap that, we're going to do it at home. They don't care. It's their choice. And we all got to abide by it and live with it. And purchase the tickets, have beers, the backyard, whatever it may be. Same deal here with Fernando Mendoza. I have no issue whatsoever with this. If he wants to, spend the time with his family, which is the most meaningful, part of his life outside of football, then go for it, man. Be you. And for anybody that criticizes him for, you don't want to, walk the stage. You don't want to bear hug Roger Goodell and, give him a high five or dap him up or whatever you may do. in that moment, and all the fans can stare at you, and like the 15 makeup clad Raiders fans are intense. Oh, it's our guy. It's our hero yelling at you. Then you walk off. You get the interview with the people on the coverage there at ESPN, wherever it may be airing. Maybe he doesn't want all that. And he could still be interviewed at home. He more likely will be. And then everybody's going to go about their business. So do it at home. Do it your way. You have earned every single right to make that decision in this moment. Anybody telling you otherwise, they're a clown.
Yeah, number to join the show, 310-840-4910. I actually, you know what I heard? I heard the real reason is because he doesn't want to have to see Dan Orlovsky, who's basically been talking up Ty Simpson like he should be the number 1 overall pick for the last several weeks. I'm joking. That was a joke. All right, awful announcing, please. Yeah. I mean, if you want to put that out there, go ahead. But yeah, look, I mean, I saw a lot of, and I'll admit, I have trouble not, and I don't engage, but I have a trouble not at least reading the outrage, the fake outrage on social media, where people are like, oh, Fernando Mendoza is going to stay at home. This is the biggest moment of this kid's life. He can't even be bothered to show up to the draft to meet all the Raiders fans that are going to be going nuts. Like you mentioned, there's going to be the sickos, the psychos, and they're why we love sports so much, but also at times, when you watch a game and you see the guy that's wearing the same Viking crown and the completely black and silver body paint and the giant spiked shoulder pads he's been wearing probably for 30 years, and you're like, geez, doesn't this guy have anything better to do than to spend hours putting on this getup? But they're also the reason why we love sports, and they're going to be sitting right there in the front row going nuts, even though, again, the pick's been basically guaranteed no matter what kind of fake media headline people try to put out there about, oh, the Raiders might not select. Like, this is the most guaranteed number 1 overall pick in quite some time. And so I have zero problem that he's not going to be showing up. Again, I think everything that you look for in a quarterback, a guy that's a leader, you want him to be close with his family. You don't want him to care about showing up and getting the pomp and circumstance of going to Pittsburgh and basically, showing off, like I said, showing off the suit and getting decked out with the photos and doing all the interviews. He don't need to do that. I care about what Fernando Mendoza does when he shows up to the offseason program workouts right after the draft and the mandatory minicamp and all that stuff. And obviously, whenever he does get in, because we've also debated this over the last couple of weeks, you want him to start right away. I think it's best for him to learn behind Kirk Cousins. But when Fernando Mendoza does get on the field, that's what matters. Not about showing up to the draft. It makes it easier for them, like you said, ESPN to do their broadcast coverage of the draft and everything because they got him there. He ain't going to be anywhere close. He's going to be halfway across the country in Miami with his family. And I think this is you only look at this from a positive standpoint because this affirms that the kid loves his family. He doesn't need to share it with anybody else but them. And he's completely laser locked in and focused on football. And that's it.
Yeah, amen. That's a mic drop right there. Totally agree. No disagreement at all from me. By the way, that Raiders fan that you described, he actually owns a multi-million-dollar law firm in the South Bay.
Are you serious?
Think about the price of NFL tickets. Those crazy NFL fans that you laid out. And I think I just duped you in some way.
You did. So I thought you were being dead serious.
No, okay, well, that I sold it quite well. You didn't catch the sarcasm there, the twinge of that had in my voice. But you think about all the exorbitant costs that go in to seeing an NFL game, being a season ticket holder with phenomenal seats, whether in Vegas or prior in Oakland or long back in the day in Los Angeles. All those guys that wear those elaborate get-ups, you go up and interview them, I guarantee they're white collar dudes. They own they're either lawyers or they work in the stock and bonds industry, and they make money hand over fist because they're the ones that could really afford those seats and afford those get-ups as well. So again, I sold you.
You did sell me. I mean, just think about the double lives that some people lead. And that's the thing I always think of when I see those people. I'm like, what is that guy or that woman? What do they do from 9 to 5?
What do they do for a living?
Monday through Friday. Yeah. I want to peek behind. I want a reality TV show. We have too many stupid ass reality TV shows and things that we people make money off of for entertainment purposes nowadays. But honestly, if it was pitched by HBO to do a mini docuseries on the craziest fans in the NFL, the people that have season ticket holders, the people that dress up, put full body paint on, and put those crazy elaborate get-ups on. I want to peek into their lives of what they do from Monday through Friday, because I can't imagine that they are boring people. To order to show up like that, you got to have some kind of psychosis to you, that you then show up in public with 70,000 people with that kind of get up on. Like, I always wonder, what does that person look like walking through the turnstiles at the stadium? And so I think that would always be a funny docuseries if we showed the, behind the scenes of the true life. I am a diehard NFL fan that spends hours getting ready to show up for a game with body paint and armor on. Anyway, let's get.
And I'm telling you, man, those people are probably highly successful individuals in whatever profession that they partake in. I'm just throwing that out there.
I give them credit, because when I show up to a game, I want to be comfortable, especially in East Rutherford, New Jersey, with that giant dumpster tuna can of a stadium, and MetLife Stadium, where it could be 70 degrees outside. You walk into that stadium and there's a wind tunnel gusting 30 miles an hour, and it's like 15 degrees cooler. So I feel like I'm always bundled up. I want sweatpants. I want a sweatshirt. I want to be comfortable in the seat. I can't imagine showing up to a game and spending that kind of effort and all that time. And imagine you're a Raiders fan. You've seen basically nothing but losing over the last 2 decades. Like you're basically like, Peyton dressing up to be a clown in the circus when you go to the games looking like that, knowing you're most likely going to see a loss. But anyway, let's get producer Brandon Combs into the mix here. I want to get his thoughts on this. Combs, you agree with me and Brad? You have any problem with Fernando Mendoza staying at home for the NFL draft and not going to Pittsburgh to walk down the stage and give one of those cringy, massively awkward big bro hugs to Roger Goodell?
Look, I sit here and I'm listening to you and Brad saying anybody who doesn't think that this guy should walk down the thing and hug the commissioner is a clown. Well, sorry that maybe I've got to be like you two and be fans of a team that wears orange and blue so I can be as soft as marshmallow pie. You guys are ridiculous. When you are the number 1 draft pick, you have to show up to the NFL draft. You are the number 1 draft pick. The whole point of the draft is it's for the fans. That is the whole point of the NFL draft. That's what this is for. And that's why night 1 is such a spectacle. You get drafted in night 2, night 3, night 4, that's fine. You don't want to show up for those nights? Fine.
Wait, so you actually have a problem with
draft? That is yes, because that's a specialty.
You have a problem with Fernando Mendoza staying at home with his family.
How do you not, Pat? Look, this is what I tell my students when they on the first day of class when they come in. You are chasing your dreams. There is nobody else that is going to chase your dreams for you. And from now until the time that you graduate, that is your time to be selfish. It is your time to focus on you, your time to focus on your goals. This is the accomplishment. This is his graduation. This is him going from college to the pros. This is him accepting his initiation into the league. And now you're going to go out there and you're going to tell me, oh, well, I'm not going to show up. I'm just going to hang out at home with me. Screw you.
It's his decision.
If I'm the Raiders, I say, well, if that's your thing, if you're not committed to this team, if you're not committed to this program, you're not committed to our fan base, maybe we don't take you at one. Maybe Dan Orlovsky is right, even though that idiot couldn't even stay in bounds when he was a quarterback in the NFL.
Oh, well, Orlovsky catching strays. Cobes, you got to be trolling here, brother. You're telling me
I think he is.
Think the Raiders should rethink the number 1 overall pick because Fernando Mendoza would actually rather spend time with his family, which I don't know, like we should be praising because the guy's got family or he's got family ideals, he's got morals. You want him to show up
now he's got
to
morals.
Pittsburgh just to walk down the stage and shake Roger Goodell's hand, hug Roger Goodell because he's the number 1 overall pick? You think you're entitled to seeing that?
He's got morals coming from the guy who still bags on the quarterback here in Chicago because he paints his nails and went and hugged his mom after a game. And you're going to talk to me, now it's okay to hang out with family. Now it's okay to want to hug on your mom. Now it's okay to do all that stuff because it's something that you think is okay. You are the number 1 draft pick. The number 1 draft pick. You are the face of this draft. And you're going to do this from home? You are going to do this from home? You know what? Go get me anybody. Go get me Shedeur Sanders back, who sat through 4 days of the draft in his own cubicle on the backstage. When he didn't get drafted to the 5th day. He showed up on day 1. What a clown.
And then he went home after that. You act like he was sitting there for 3 days straight. He went home after that. Also,
he's probably still sitting there.
Yeah, well, you want Shedeur Sanders over Fernando Mendoza. You should get your head examined. You think that comparing, because I laughed at Caleb Williams crying his eyes out in his mom's arms after they lost like their 4th game of the season. It wasn't like an undefeated season ended. It wasn't like they lost in the college football playoff. It was like their 4th loss of the season to a mediocre team, and he's crying his eyes out in his mom's arms. And so, yeah, I question the merits of whether or not his emotional maturity was where it needed to be an NFL quarterback. And his rookie season, I don't think it was. I think Ben Johnson saved his career. Otherwise, we'd have been having a way different conversation about the Bears and Caleb Williams in general. I can't believe you. You're sick in the head. You want Fernando Mendoza to show up to the draft because he'd rather stay at home with his family. You got a problem with that? What are you a Raiders? You speak on behalf of all the Raiders fans? You think they give a rat's ass or whether or not he's going to be there?
The Raiders fans? The Raiders fans. The ones who beat the hell out of you in bathroom stalls if you wear Niners gear to their football games. You don't think that they care that their quarterback isn't showing up night 1 of the NFL draft? Have you ever seen what a Raiders fan looks like? Have you ever seen how rabid this fan base is? You don't think this is going to be a problem with Raider Nation? You are out of your damn mind.
It will not be a problem for Raider Nation. It will not be a problem.
You're crazy.
I would love for any Raiders fans listening right now, or anybody with a brain, to call up at 310-840-4910, especially Raiders fans, but again, anybody with a brain and an IQ above 20, to tell me, Brad, and especially to tell Combs, whether they have a single issue with Fernando Mendoza staying home to be with his family in Miami rather than show up to Pittsburgh because he's the number 1 draft pick, and he better show that level of commitment. God, don't worry about showing commitment to the voluntary or the OTAs or the mandatory mini camp or showing up and practicing. You can give half-ass effort for that, but as long as you show up to Pittsburgh to walk down that stage and give Roger Goodell his weird man hug that he loves getting because he makes it, he thinks that we like him because of that. Please call the show 310-840-4910. I don't remember.
Don't get me wrong, Pat. I love Fernando Mendoza. I'm the one who told you guys 3 weeks ago the Raiders are going to win a Super Bowl with Fernando Mendoza within 5 or 6 years of Fernando Mendoza being there. I think Fernando Mendoza is the real deal. I just think that this is a soft move. It's a soft move. And to me, I did not expect that. If you're the number 1 draft pick, you go. If you think you're going to be 23, 24, 25, fine. You don't want to show up? Fine. You're the number 1 draft pick, the consensus number 1 draft pick. You are the face of the draft. You show up. Period.
I think this is absolutely absurd. I think this is one of the craziest things I've ever heard in my entire life. Did you have a problem when Trevor Lawrence didn't show up in person when he was the number 1 overall draft pick? Do you think Jacksonville regrets taking him number 1 overall? Do you think the Cleveland Browns and they took Do you think when the Cleveland Browns took Myles Garrett number 1 overall and he wasn't there in the draft in person, do you think they were saying, "Oh no, we might have made a mistake.
Cut him.
We might have not drafted the one of the great defensive players of this century because oh man, he couldn't bother to show up in person." Are you kidding me?
First of all, I didn't have a problem with Trevor Lawrence not showing up because I didn't think he was the number 1 pick in the draft. That was stupid. And yes, I think Jacksonville regrets that decision every damn time he steps out onto the football field.
Brad, I mean, talk some sense into our producer here, please, because
I can't. I can't. He's completely engaged, locked, and loaded in this belief, and he is not going to give an inch on it. I think it's outlandish. I think it's downright ridiculous. It's almost inexcusable. Again, it is his day. It is his decision. He has earned this moment. If he doesn't want to go and walk the stage for the purposes of the fan base to see him in person for a whopping 5 to 10 minutes, like, give me a break, man. It's downright stupid that anybody believes
you know what?
this.
screw the hell with his family too for not telling him, hey, we want to be there to watch you walk down that stage.
The hell with
his mom
family.
and dad should be like, hey, we've earned this right to watch you walk. It's like your son or your daughter graduating college and deciding not to go to the graduation and not allowing you to see them walk down the aisle, even though what you did was you helped them pay to go through school. That's what this is. Bunch of crap.
That, the analogy you make there. Go ahead, Brad. What were you saying?
Well, I was going to say this. Look, I've got kids. Okay, I got one that has already graduated high school. He did walk the stage. Was I proud of him when he walked the stage? Yes. If I would have given him the choice not to walk the stage, and he would have said, "Okay, I'm going to walk the stage," I would have allowed it. My wife probably would have allowed it. But, in the end, he walked the stage. He made that decision. But my second kid was about to graduate from high school. And if he comes to us and was like, I'm done with this. I don't want to walk the stage. I just want to, get my cap and gown, take photos with you guys, get my diploma in the mail. Totally fine with that. If that's his choice, it is his decision. He has earned every right of it. And I'm going to be proud of him no matter what. In the same approach anybody should have when it comes to the choice that Fernando Mendoza is making here. Why is this even an argument? This is fake outrage. It's dumb.
It's one of the most asinine takes I've ever heard in my professional career, and I've only been doing it for a little bit. So, Combs, congratulations! You take the cake.
Way to go.
Mendoza. The Raiders should rethink the number one pick because Fernando Mendoza is going to stay home with his family rather than attend the draft in Pittsburgh. Don't you think, if anything, it would be, if you were going to make a negative reaction out of this, you could say, oh, well, I don't know. Maybe his family, they're trying to mooch off him already. They want to go to Pittsburgh. They want to soak in all the limelight. They want to get all the attention and all, his girlfriend or whoever. I don't even know what his dating situation looks like, or his siblings or his parents. I don't even know if he has siblings, but they wanted to get a couple extra 100 Instagram followers or Twitter followers off it because I'm going to be posting pictures with him all weekend and I'm going to tag him in it. Oh, hey, Fernando, let me post you to my Instagram story. And then, if everybody could see we're at the draft, don't you think that would maybe be a negative reaction? To hell with his family for wanting to stay home with him? I can't believe this.
Get extra Instagram reactions and get fame and post. What do you think this guy is, Patrick Mahomes?
You think he's going to be Patrick Mahomes because you think he's going to win a Super Bowl. But you're ready to are you ready to rethink that? Because he's not showing up to the NFL draft in Pittsburgh.
Look, not taking him number one, obviously that was said in jest. You're not going to not take this kid number one. You know how I feel about Fernando Mendoza. I think it's soft that he's not going to the draft. I think it's soft that he's not going to be there in person. That's the problem that I have with this. I think it is a soft decision. And I question his family too for not wanting him to be there. Oh no, we want you here. You should be home with us. Get the hell out of here, Fernando. Get away from them, man.
Get away from them. What if one of his parents has a fear of flying? What if they have other family obligations the day after and they don't want to have to fly to Pittsburgh and then get on a flight back the next morning or something like that? What if somebody's got a condition? What if they have an allergy? What if they don't trust the accommodations in Pittsburgh? You don't know that.
Not going because they're allergic to gluten or something. I mean, come on, stop it. That's even softer than a decision to not go.
I can't believe it. And I think this may have been the craziest opinion I've ever heard in my life. I give you credit.
A ghost pepper hot. Carolina Reaper hot, Pat. This is the hottest of the hottest peppers imaginable and the hottest of the hottest takes imaginable by the one, the only Brandon Combs. Congratulations.
Yeah, the real Combsy on Twitter. If anybody wants to direct their bows and arrows and the Pitchfork Emporium, Brandon Combs calling Fernando Mendoza soft and saying to hell with his family because he's not showing up to Pittsburgh for the draft. All right, we'll take a break. 310-840-4910. Jeez. 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll take a way too early look at next year's college basketball season. We'll get you caught up on the early baseball and basketball scores as well. That's producer Brandon Combs. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
See you later. Bye. Dexter Lawrence wants out. He wants more money. Let someone else pay him. Goodbye. He's a very good player. I'm not disputing it. Again, the record, 36, 79, and 1. And invariably, people will say, well, it's not he's not his fault. Who are the rest of the team? I get it. I understand. My point is that he's not this kind of transformational player that, like, they're going to win games because of him. They have been one of the, if not the worst teams in football with him. They can be bad without him. They don't need him to be bad. They can be bad without him. Or maybe, what a novel thought this is, maybe they can be good without him. Because Dexter Lawrence is such a good player, and because his contract is not one of the most cumbersome, it's not an albatross of a contract, there will be teams that will be very interested in Dexter Lawrence. So again, the point of this is not that he's bad at all. He's good. If the Giants can get a late first-round pick, let's say, and, you know, Bill Zimmerman and Kenny Henderson, the Bears have been talked about, like their team. Could the Bears be interested? You know, yesterday we talked about, you know, Nnamdi Madubuike may be coming back for the Baltimore Ravens, right? What if he doesn't? Would the Ravens trade the 14th overall pick for Dexter Lawrence and pair him with Trey Hendrickson on a reshaped defensive line as a piece for Jesse Minter? What about Jesse Minter's old team, the Los Angeles Chargers, who have a bleep ton of cap space and, like, refuse to spend it because Joe Ortiz, the general manager, comes from Baltimore when, like, they don't overspend. They have a huge amount of cap space. They had it last year and they have it now. Maybe they'd like to use some of it to try and win this year. Maybe Dexter Lawrence goes to Los Angeles and goes to the Chargers. The Giants should absolutely do this and get an extra first-round pick. North Carolina this season can absolutely be better than Duke. And I understand that Hubert Davis and North Carolina beat Duke in Coach K's final game in the Final Four. I understand that. But in the post-Coach K, let's call it post-Coach K, Roy Williams era, like, I know that North Carolina won that game. I understand. Duke has been the better program, despite that. And I think even the most diehard North Carolina fan, if you gave them truth serum, would have to admit that Duke has been the better program. North Carolina can be better than Duke. The way that it happens is if Carolina spends the money that Duke spends. That's how it happens. Because if the talent is somewhat equivalent, right? So you look at Duke and you look at Carolina and you say, look, like, you know, obviously, like, Carolina had Caleb Wilson, right? And he's a great player. Duke better than North Carolina this year. Fair to say? I think so. If we get to next year in the ACC and Carolina is better, the same, or slightly worse than Duke, talent-wise, here would be my question to everybody. Who do you trust more at the end of a close game? John Shire, who has to beat the allegations. Remember what I said last Monday after Duke blew it against UConn in the East Regional Final. I think Shire will win a national championship at Duke. I think he will. But until that happens, the questions will be there about his ability to close out big games and not oversee absolute mind-numbing, soul-crushing collapses. Who are you going to trust at the end of these games? John Shire or NBA champion Michael Malone?
Waiting till tomorrow? BetMGM Tonight is back.
All right, welcome back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Again, you can call and you can text into the show as well. We do have a texter. Adrian in Maryland says, "Hey, Pat, can you please stop whining? Time out the refs. Something. You sound like Gino after a loss." I'm talking about Gino Auriemma. UConn tried to turn the game into a Big East game. Don't be that person that blames the refs when a team loses. Well, they lost because the refs gave Michigan more than double the amount of free throws, or almost more than double the amount of free throws as UConn. Every single little hand check or lay a finger on UConn or lay a finger on Michigan in the second half became a foul. Yeah, they did lose because the refs. Think about it. It was a 6-point loss. And how many more free throws did Michigan attempt than UConn? What was it, 16 more? They made 13 more than them. Yeah. So there you go. There's the difference right there, Adrian. I appreciate you texting into the show, but no, I'm not going to stop whining because I think that UConn got hosed. I thought they got jobbed. Brad, you disagree, but that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, and again, you're entitled to your own opinion, just like we allow Combsy to, scorch every piece of earth with the Fernando Mendoza spicy hot takes in the last segment. So, yeah, man, you be you. We all got thoughts. We all got our own various opinions on things. The last I checked, I still think it's a free country, so power through, my man. You and I can agree to disagree because that's what America should be all about.
That's right. And last night, the men's season did come to an end, so we're going to take a way too early look at next year, but let's recap this season really quickly here with just a couple of favorites here. Brad, your favorite moments or moment from the entire season or from March Madness this past year in the men's game was what?
Well, there were several phenomenal moments, but that Nebraska game against Vanderbilt in the round of 32 was utterly outstanding. Just teams landing punch for punch. The last 2 minutes of the game, some of the best basketball I have ever seen. It was high drama. It was elite shot making, and the Tyler Tanner nearly at the buzzer just rimmed out a game-winning half-court three. So that one immediately took the cake in my mind, and I kind of know where you're going to go. And that was number 2 on the list. And for most people, especially east of the Mississippi River, it will forever live as number 1. And for people that live in central Connecticut, the greater Stores area, it will probably forever be number 1. And it was what, Patrick?
Yeah, Duke collapsing. First, just Duke collapsing again for the second straight year. They blew, was it a 13-point, 14-point lead last year to Houston in the Final Four. This year, they don't even get there. Blew a 19-point lead to UConn. The Braylon Mullins game-winning three from the logo for me. Just the insane build-up to that play. Ian Eagle delivering, as always, with a masterpiece. Raftery, the broadcaster table shot we get of Raf, who just literally looked like his soul left his body. Braylon Mullins sending Duke 6 feet under with a logo three with basically a half a second left to go. That was my favorite moment of the entire season. Yes, some recency bias in it. But I mean, that was the shining, we're talking about one shining moment. That was the shining moment of the entire year for me. Most surprising team of the entire season, Brad, in your opinion, was who?
Yeah, to go back to the Cornhuskers in Nebraska. I mean, this was largely perceived to be probably a middling at best Big Ten team. They finished in the upper echelon. Not only that, too, they made the NCAA tournament. They've only done that, I think, 8 times in the history of that school. And entering the NCAA tournament, they had never won a single NCAA tournament game. They not only won one, but they tasted sweetness as well, rewriting the history books. Nebraska, long thought to be a football school. Fred Hoiberg makes them a basketball contender. Bar none, they were the biggest surprise of the year. That was a team that was probably going to be lucky to be in the big dance to get a high single-digit seed, but to make it to the Sweet 16, that was certainly out of left field.
Yeah, it was. I'm going to go with another team from the Big Ten. Give me Iowa. Again, in terms of preseason expectations, they really didn't. I mean, they were pretty spot on the nose. I think they finished 9th in the Big Ten, and they were 500 in conference play. They were picked to finish I had the preseason poll. They were picked to finish 8th, so they actually did like one spot worse. But I mean, you just like the win over Florida. It was absolutely sensational. I don't know how many people on planet Earth legitimately thought Iowa was going to beat them. And the fact that they do it coming down to the buzzer in the final seconds there, with the defensive stand at the end, they back it up. They beat Nebraska, and they gave Illinois a pretty good run for their money in the Elite Eight. I mean, just Ben McCullum, for me, was the most surprising part of the most surprising team, a guy that coached in Division II for over a decade, comes to Drake a year ago, gets them to the second round of the tourney, brings Bennett Sturts with him to the third straight stop, and they make a run all the way to the Elite Eight. To me, the Iowa Hawkeyes, not that they were a big surprise in the regular season, because they were, probably just a tier ahead of the bubble. But then to go on the run they did, knocking off Florida, getting to the Elite Eight, to me, that was the biggest surprise of the season. Let's flip it on its head here. Who's the most disappointing team of the year for you, Brad?
It's got to be BYU. And, look, Richie Saunders, it could have been a completely different inning for them if he did not suffer that devastating injury that cost him the rest of the season as a result. Obviously, Saunders really an indispensable player on that roster with the floor spacing and the action they generally run, and a consistent and reliable third scorer. Arguably the best outside shooter they have on the roster as well. Wright tried to pick up the slack, played pretty well down the stretch, and AJ Debonsa, likely to be the number 1 overall pick in the NBA draft. But with Saunders on the floor, that could have been a team that maybe wins a couple NCAA tournament games. Instead, they really stumbled down the home stretch. Lost, I believe, was like 6 of their last 9 regular season games. Kind of ride the ship a little bit in the Big 12 tournament. Won a couple of games before they got bounced by Houston in that tournament setting. And then they turn around against a play-in team because Texas was in the first 4. They advance on. And they got kind of worked in that one, losing it 79-71. So BYU, a team that spent gobs and gobs of cash, fell well short of expectations, and it prompts us a lot of questions of what if Richie Saunders would have stayed healthy? Where would they really finish this year? Probably would have been a second weekend team, but we'll never know.
Yeah, and the injury played a massive part in it. I'll give you 2 teams, one that had a massive injury as well, and another team that was just flat out disappointing. I mean, North Carolina, right? And again, if Caleb Wilson never goes down with the initial hand fracture and then the broken thumb, maybe Hubert Davis still has a job. Maybe they go to the Sweet 16. Maybe they go even further than that, but he does get hurt. And then they blew 19-point lead to VCU in the tournament. So Hubert Davis gets dismissed because of that. So that was just another disappointing ending to what was a disappointing season for North Carolina. The other team I'm going to give you, they didn't have incredibly high expectations going into the season. Kansas Jayhawks. Remember, they were ranked number 19 in the preseason poll, which is one of their lowest in recent memory. I think it was in like 20 years almost that it was their lowest preseason ranking for Bill Self and the Jayhawks. But for me, it was the way that they got everybody's hopes up, right? When they knock off number 1 Arizona without Darren Peterson. And then their season kind of got hijacked by Darren Peterson and this whole saga of him, load management, not playing enough, not being committed. And it just was, there was so much hope and so much promise and potential there. And they flamed out and sputtered out pretty damn quickly. They get to the tournament. They end up beating Cal Baptist, even though they try to choke that game away. And then they lose to St. John. So for me, Darren Peterson himself and Kansas, one of the most disappointing teams of the entire season. All right, let's look ahead here really quickly, Brad. Early picks to win the title next season. I know the transfer portal just opened. Was it yesterday? I know we've got over 1,500 athletes in the transfer portal for the men's basketball game already. But if you can you give us a pick, even if it's just on pure conjecture, early pick to win the title next season? Who would it be?
Yeah, it's downright ridiculous exercise, not knowing how the rosters are going to be constructed, but ILL? Yeah, sure. ILL! I think Illinois is going to have the itches all back. David Mirkovic, Andrei Stojakovic, the Ivasiches, Tomislav, and also Big Z. All of them should be retained, and it's all about retainment right now for a lot of these coaches that are out there. So they have those big 4. Jake Davis, one of their key role players, also likely to come back. I know they lost some key players graduation. Kylan Boswell's out of eligibility. Ben Hummerkaus, who was a man, did a lot of little things, excellent defender, water and a long drink of water, 6'11". He has graduated. And of course, Keaton Vogler is going to make the jump to the NBA. But Illinois has already signed one of the best guards in this freshman class. So, Coleman should come in and pick up exactly, maybe not where Keaton Vogler left off, but if it's even half the player that Vogler was, Illinois is going to be firing all cylinders. Got to have to make key investments at the guard position. They are right now in the conversation to try to get John Blackwell. Remember, John Blackwell's dad, Glenn, played for Illinois in the mid-'80s, so there's the connection right there. Blackwell rumored he would like to play for a contender. I think Illinois is at the top of the list. We know that Michigan is and Duke is as well, so it's all about who's going to back up the truck the most and, plop the biggest, fattest bag in front of them. And I also think Terrence Hill is another name to keep in mind. The guy was a premier six-man for VCU. He was actually their leading scorer coming off the bench, averaged 20.1 points per game for the Rams this season. So if Illinois gets a couple of key pieces with the guys that they should retain coming back, Casey Jacobson of Fox, The Athletic, both of those individuals and publications have already preseason ranked Illinois numero uno, mi amigo. They made the Final Four this year. If they get back to the Final Four next year, they may win the whole shebang, which means, again, I'm streaking the quad.
Well, I'm glad that you've gotten over the Final Four loss from this past weekend, and you're all ready to proclaim Illinois national champions. Maybe because I forced you to do it, but nonetheless, there you go. Brad, you have it. Brad Evans on the record. Illinois is going to win the title next year. Get your cold takes exposed, ready to go for a year from now. When we come back,
22-1.
I'll give you my prediction. Way too early pick for the national champion next year on the men's side. I'll give you my pick, and then we'll also go through a team you might not see coming, and we'll also talk more about the breaking news that we delivered last night. Shaq's new Slam Dunk League. Dunkman. We got more news on it, more info for you when we come back. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
If you don't think Kirk Cousins is starting week 1 for the Raiders, assuming health, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you're dim-witted. I don't know how else to put it. Kirk Cousins did not get like a 1-year, $7 million deal. He's getting $20 million. $20 million. He's starting to begin the year for the Raiders. 100%. Unless he's not healthy. Kirk Cousins is going to start. And I hate that. And I can appreciate the counters that people have to that, which are, like Mendoza. Like it's a college offense that he ran. And I don't mean that as an insult. They won the national title. But tons of RPOs. It was not a pro-style scheme that Mendoza ran. And then you have Clint Kubiak, who's running a variant of like the Shanahan scheme and what his dad ran, obviously. And look, there will be a learning curve for Fernando Mendoza. So I understand the thought process of don't throw him to the Wolves. I disagree with that. You're going to take him first overall. Let him play. Let him learn. Let him work through it. If he's good enough to be the top overall pick, he'll figure it out. Now, whether or not Mendoza starts in week 1, I think it's important for me to say this. I think Fernando Mendoza is going to be a really good NFL quarterback. And I think the partnership between Mendoza and Clint Kubiak is going to bear fruit. I would be pretty surprised if at some point early on in the Mendoza-Kubiak partnership that the Las Vegas Raiders were not at least contenders in the final weeks of the regular season for a wild card spot, if not more. I think Mendoza's going to be a stud. And I have optimism in what Clint Kubiak will be as a head coach. And obviously we know he's a very good offensive play caller. It's just not going to be this year. Like to quote Vince McMahon, the Raiders will be good, but not tonight, but not this year. everyone is bitching and moaning about the officiating as if that's the reason that Connecticut lost this game last night. Connecticut lost the game because Connecticut wasn't good enough, period, end of story, to take advantage of a zillion opportunities presented to it in the form of Michigan not playing well in the game. Think about all the things that happened for UConn in the game. Michigan shot 13% from three. UConn made 7 more threes than Michigan did. UConn had more rebounds. UConn had more assists. And Michigan's best player was hurt. Not playing at 100%. All of these things happened, and UConn still lost. How about this? In the history of the NCAA tournament, OptaStats credit for this. Teams are 1-50 all time when they score under 70 points, shoot under 40% from the field, and shoot under 15% from three on 15 or more attempts, and get out rebounded. The one in 1-50, Michigan, last night. You want to tell the truth about what happened about last night's game? While everybody is in a rush and he's the best. And this run for UConn has been majestic and marvelous, and we're going to credit them. We're going to credit them. But if you're going to tell the truth about this game, you need to say UConn blew it.
Live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Oh, yeah. Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Oh, man. I'm addicted to those Yasso bars, buddy. I can't
They're
stop
good.
eating them. I have one every night. That's my nightly dessert treat, my little frozen yogurt ice cream bar. Welcome on back, BetMGM Tonight. So we were going our way too early picks for next year's men's college basketball season. Brad, well, you know, he committed. He said his ILL are going to win the national title next year. And they might end up being the preseason number 1 team in the country, depending on how the transfer portal works out. And obviously, that's a big factor here. So, you know, nobody shies away from making way too early Super Bowl predictions, you know, the day after the Super Bowl. So this is what we're doing here. I'll give you 2 teams, and I guess it's not really a hedge. If I had to pick one, I'll go hook 'em. I'll go Texas Longhorns are going to win the national title next year. I love me some Sean Miller. It's a guy that has, you know, got into trouble for something that is basically completely legal nowadays, paying players to come to his school, you know, when he was with Arizona. And I think he did a remarkable job getting Texas to the Elite Eight this year, or Sweet 16, excuse me. And I thought they, you know, if not for the Trey Kaufman-Rem tip-in buzzer beater, maybe they would have been in the Elite Eight. But look, I mean, a lot of it depends on whether or not Dalen Swain is going to come back to college or if he's going to try to go to the NBA draft. But if you add him into what is their otherwise projected starting lineup, they're going to be a preseason top 5 team in the country. You got Simeon Wilcher coming back. He's going to be their starting guard. They got a 5-star recruit in Austin Gooseby coming in, who's number 16 or top 20 recruit in the country. Dalen Swain, again, if he comes back, that's over 17 points per game. And then their big man, Brad, I know you love him, Matas Voki-Titus, who averaged just under 16 points per game last year. This team will have athleticism. They'll have size. They'll have firepower. They'll have scoring. They'll have NBA talent, you know, and at least 40 to, if not 60% of the starting lineup. So I think Texas is going to have one of the best teams in the country next year. And then how about if next year is his last year? Tom Izzo goes out on top with Sparty, with Michigan State. I think Michigan State's got a real shot of winning the national, because they basically got everybody coming back, Brad. They basically got everybody coming back. I mean, again, The big one is
Yeah.
Jeremy Fears. Is he going to come back, or is he going to try to opt into the NBA draft? But if Jeremy Fears comes back, that's one of the best point guards in the country, over 15 points per game. Cohen Carr at 12 points per game. He might be the most athletic player in all of college basketball. He's probably going to be a first-round draft pick, in a year from now. And then you look at their other players, they got 3 other guys, Kurtang, Cam Ward, and Jordan Scott, all averaging over 5 points per game from this season. They're going to have one of the deepest teams in the country with veteran experience and one of the most legendary coaches in the sport. Tom Izzo might go out on top next year, and Sparty could win the national title. So if you asking me to pick one, I'm going Texas, but Michigan State, not too far behind for me. Which team might we not see coming next year, Brad? Who's going to be the big surprise of 2026, 27?
I think it's going to be the St. Louis Billikens. They're probably going to be preseason borderline top 25 team, but come year's end, they could be as high as maybe a 2 seed, maybe a 3 seed, and possibly inside the top 10 for a long duration of time in the AP poll the regular season. I got Green, Jones, Timms, McCautry, and all coming back. Josh Schertz is going to be an attractive coach for a lot of offensive-minded players because of his sets. They play an up-tempo style that really spreads you out, move the ball around fluidly and seamlessly. They get open shots, and those guys generally are supreme shot makers. Defensively, they were damn good in their own right this season. I know it's the A-10. It's not the Big Ten. It's not the ACC. It's not the SEC. It's not the Big 12. But if you get some, key transfers that come in with Sharma and Kerr coming off the bench, who are key players to them coming off the bench this year, they're going to be back more than likely next year. No matter what he lands in the portal and with his freshman class, I trust Schertz to push the right buttons because his offensive sets are just genius. So give me the St. Louis Billikens, a team like the mascot could be haunting people's nightmares.
If only we had Milk Chamberlain coming back for another season, Robbie Avila with the glasses, with the rec specs, then it would really be a party for the Billikens. I'll go TCU here. And again, this might be another team in the preseason top 25 in a couple of weeks from now, but I love Jamie Dixon. I think he's a hell of a head coach. They won another tournament game this year. They fought Duke for the first half of that game in the second round. And again, one of their players has already entered the transfer portal in Jace Posey, but assuming they got their best players coming back, David Punch over 14 points per game, Xavier Edmonds and Micah Robinson, both averaged double figures last year. Jamie Dixon only had 1 senior in the rotation this past season. So you give him a veteran team with some continuity. We've already seen him work his magic before. I like TCU as a team that might come out of nowhere. All right, last one here, Brad.
Yeah,
give me next year's Final Four. Or if you don't want to do that, give me a team to watch this offseason.
All right, I'm going to give you a team to watch this offseason. Same team that you've already mentioned that could be in the national title conversation because of Okie Titus. It's got to be Texas. We're going to see about Swain, whether or not he is going to take his name out of the NBA draft. But you're right. Sean Miller is going to have access to cash, cold, hard cash, and get, some attractive players in the portal. That's going to be a very attractive landing spot, especially for backcourt-minded individuals that want to play that inside-outside game and feed Voki Titus because he's going to pad the assist stats in the end. I think that Texas team is on the rise.
Really quickly, I'll give you a Final Four for next year. I mentioned Texas and Michigan State. I think they can win the title. Rick Pitino gets back to the Final Four next year with the Johnnies, and Todd Golden gets back with Florida. So Longhorns, Sparty, St. John's, and Florida. All right, when we come back, we'll talk some NBA. We'll talk Shaq's new Dunkman League as well. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sport.
It'd be wrong. He's been consistently the better player between the two. Although, listen, I run my simulations as well. It's not all vibes over here. And an interesting thing that the simulations spit out is that Bryson has better win equity overall than John Rahm. But when you start going down the list, top 5 percentage, top 10, 20, 30, made cut percentage, John Rahm smokes him in everything else. Because when Bryson peaks, he's really hard to beat. My issue with Bryson at Augusta is when you take a look at his style of game, it's driving and putting. Kind of crappy chipper, and his irons are wildly inconsistent. You can't win the Masters with wildly inconsistent irons. This is what has happened to him over the course of the past 2 years. He's come no worse than 6th in either of the past 2 years. The moment his irons get away from him, and they always do, all of a sudden, he's not so good anymore, because especially off these tight surfaces, he's just not that good around the greens. Maybe he'll chip in every now and then, but it always rears its ugly head at the worst times. I remember 2 years ago when he was the first round leader, carried the sign on his back. Everyone was all fired up for Bryson. Once it dried out, those were very wet conditions, and he'll play better at Augusta if it is wet. If it's ever a rainy Masters, take a look at Bryson. This year, no rain, no wind in the forecast. It's going to be firm. It's going to be fast, and I do not trust his irons or his around the green. Could he do it? Yeah, of course he could. He's Bryson. He's an amazing player. Gets it together for 4 days. That's not where my money would be going. It would be versus the two, even in a head-to-head. It would be on John Rahm, just because his median outcome is so much better than Bryson's, especially with the way that he's playing right now.
Dusty May is unbelievable. And I think the only coach that you can say right now in college basketball might be, let's say, if Hurley's going to be one, the only argument would be for second best over Dusty May is Rick Pitino. That's it. And if you wanted to argue Rick Pitino, I get it. I would totally understand that. We can talk about some of the others, right? Does anyone want to put John Shire in this rarefied air? John Shire, some people are addicted to booze. Some people are addicted to weed. Some people are addicted to sex. John Shire is addicted to blowing games in the NCAA tournament that his team should win. You want to put John Shire? I'm sure he can get there. He's not there now. Would you rather have Tom Izzo or Dusty May? Not an insult to Tom Izzo to say I'd rather have Dusty May. Tommy Lloyd or Dusty May. Tommy Lloyd is still looking for the license plate of the truck that ran them over on Saturday night. Matt Painter, Bill Self, great coach, great recruiter. I think Dusty May's a better in-game coach. Brad Underwood, TJ Otzelberger. I'll take Dusty May over basically anyone that isn't named Danny Hurley. And given the age, right? So if you had to pick one right now for your program, you would take Dusty May over Rick Pitino. Because Pitino's in his 70s. Pitino's great. But I think you would take May right now if you were starting a program.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hello, welcome on back to BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 starts now, and you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight, and you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. A lot of national championship takeaways from last night's game. Michigan prevailing with a 69-63 win. If you want to get in on that, you missed the earlier part of the show. Any opinion you have, including did the refs basically blow the game? Did they hose UConn like I think so? 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We will get you a bunch of early evening score updates in just a bit. You got Dodgers, Blue Jays right now. You got a bunch of high-stakes games for the NBA playoffs going on right now, so we'll get you caught up on all the current scores in just a bit. But let's talk a little NBA first, all right? Before we get into the NBA and some big storylines, including Victor Wembanyama's injury, Brad, this was breaking news last night, and we touched on it briefly, but Shaquille O'Neal, Shaq, he's got a new professional sports league. It's called Dunkman. It's the world's first professional league in the sport of dunking. It's coming in this summer, 2026, and I think this is going to be incredible. It's a global league. And so it's built on the success of last year's Dunkman television series, but it's basically transforming dunk competitions into a fully realized professional sport. And it's giving top dunkers from around the world a platform to showcase their talent. Here's basically how it's going to work. The inaugural season, it's going to feature 24 of the best dunkers. And I don't think that any current NBA players or current college players are going to be allowed to play in it, because I can't imagine contractually, whatever kind of red tape that you'd have to go through, I can't imagine that's going to be the case. So, we're talking probably former NBA players, G leaguers that, are no longer under contract, former college players that never got a chance to play professionally, but 24 of the best dunkers competing live in a brand new league format. And it's going to be a season which will consist of 4 group stage events in which these dunkers battle for a spot in the Dunkman World Championship. The finalists will compete for the title of Dunkman World Champion and a grand prize of $500,000. For everybody that has kind of thought that the NBA All-Star Game Slam Dunk Contest has become stale, well, now you got these guys competing for $500,000. You got guys that don't have the safety of an NBA contract, don't have the safety of the NIL money from college, and they need to compete. They need to win some money. And this is now a professional sport. I don't know about you. I think this is going to be amazing to show what the freaking human body can do. Athleticism tested to its limits. And we all thought that maybe Blake Griffin jumping over a car can never be recreated. I think we're going to see some of the sweetest dunks you've ever seen. And we're going to be able to watch it on national TV. I think it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, and look, I got a couple of Gen Zers here inside Casa de Evans, and they're always on social media platforms digesting tidbits of the videos that are making the rounds. And I mean, you go out there, and this is something that is made for the modern era, right? If somebody goes out and has a ridiculous dunk, it takes all like 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 seconds, gets uploaded. It's on TikTok, it's on Twitter, it's on X. It's on various platforms on YouTube is where this is going to be broadcast as well. And some of those shorts that are out there on Instagram, be soaking that up. It's going to make the rounds, and it's going to go viral, and it's going to grow the sport. It is genius. It really is, because it is a sport for the modern era where a lot of people want the flash. They want, all of the highlights, and they want it in microscopic chunks, especially the younger generation. So they're going to soak it up. They're going to be talking about it. They're going to be sharing it and swapping it via text message on their phones and talking about it endlessly. So this thing's going to take off. Just a brilliant business move, I think, by Shaquille O'Neal. And, you're going to have some of the best dunkers in the world. There's no question about it. And what I love more than anything else, too, Pat, is the creativity that goes into it. with objects, right? With, people and trying to jump over them, and points on the floor and guys in the animation that they can do with the human body. And as you said, really pushing the envelope forward. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And I'll be one near my 50-year-old age. The old man get off my lawn who's going to be sharing some of these quick clips with my buddies as well when these sick dunks are thrown down. It's a great idea.
Yeah, here's what Shaq had to say about it. Here's his quote. "These athletes are innovators, and Dunkman is going to give them a global stage, real stakes, and a chance to build careers doing what they love. We are transforming dunking from a one-night contest to the fastest growing professional sport off 2 feet." So you're going to get a bunch of city announcements where these competitions are going to be, athlete reveals, ticket on sale dates, broadcast information. You can check it out, www.dunkman.com. Check out their social channels at DunkmanOfficial. Brad, let's pretend that, current G Leaguers, current professional basketball players, current NBA athletes, and current college players, let's say there was no rail guards. Let's say anybody and everybody that plays the sport of basketball on the planet could be in this Dunkman League. Give me 1 or 2 players that you would like to see throwing it down.
Well, I think the best dunker known to man right now is Mac McClung, right? He's had a couple of coffee in the NBA, but he's never really going, I think, stick with a roster long term. But, man, he's already a couple of time dunk champion at the NBA level and a guy that would really take off in this kind of environment. And, again, this guy is likely never going to participate because he's got, bigger fish to fry and higher goals in his career. But he's entering his senior season in East Lansing with the Michigan State Spartans. But I think the best in the collegiate game is hard. You've already mentioned him on the broadcast tonight. Again, coming back for his senior year. But my God, that guy has got hops. And he could just soar through the skies. He's had some of the sickest dunks all season long. He would rake, he would kill, he would destroy in this Dunkman competition. So Mac McClung, number 1 on my list, followed by Cohen Carr, really a 1B.
Yeah, I'll give you a couple of NBA players. One, I want to see Zion. All right, I want to see Zion Williamson. And I don't, I know that he hasn't been short of eating po' boys or seafood in New Orleans since he's gotten there. But man, I still think his athleticism, when you see him rise up for a dunk, it's still must-see TV. So Zion for me would be one. Ant-Man, Anthony Edwards, a guy that would bring the showmanship, would bring he would bring the high stakes, he would bring the electricity. And then number 3, maybe this is a real possibility in a couple of years because he's had trouble keeping himself out of trouble in the last couple of years, and he doesn't seem to be wanted by his current team. John Morant, if his NBA days end much sooner than we ever thought they would, maybe he can make $500,000 winning Dunkman, and he could be the face of the league then, right? I mean, there's been crazier stories that have happened. So look, I mean, he's a hell of an athlete, a hell of a dunker. His hops are off the freaking charts. So those are a couple of guys I'd like to see in this league if we could. Right, let me ask you another question. Do you think Dunkman, do you think Shaq's new professional slam dunking league, do you think it'll bring excitement back to players participating in the dunk contest All-Star weekend, or do you think that this won't really change things and that it'll actually maybe make the slam dunk contest worse because now there is a professional sport for it?
Yeah, it could largely make it somewhat irrelevant, right? If this thing really were to take off, this is going to be the premier dunking event in the world of basketball at any level. So there is that risk that is run for the NBA. And, you and I have talked about this before. We were discussing during the All-Star break, how could you improve the NBA dunk contest to have a bigger, prize pool? And Shaq has delivered. Maybe this was the impetus. Maybe this was the motivation. Shaq's like, why doesn't the NBA do this? You know what? Screw the NBA. I'm just going to do it myself. Put the money out on the line. And, he's got all these television deals that are a part of it. And with the social media reach and YouTube and the broadcast there, again, this thing is going to be a rocket ship. Got to absolutely take off as a result at the expense of the NBA, which, let's be real, a little bit too late to the party, to say the least.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's going to do much for the NBA slam dunk contest. I mean, if anything, the only thing is, the $500,000 grand prize to the guy that wins this Dunkman League from Shaq. If the NBA could find a way to do that for the slam dunk contest, 500 grand is a drop. Unfortunately, for us peasant folk, 500 grand is a drop in the bucket to the best NBA players that are making 40, 50, 60 million dollars. But I don't know if the NBA could find a way to dish out $1 million for the winner of the slam dunk contest. I promise you, we would see some of the all-stars themselves in the slam dunk contest. We wouldn't have to be forced to watch, Jackson Hayes. I can't even remember the other, Keishad Johnson. Was that his name? I can't even remember the other freaking guys in the slam dunk contest this year. We would actually get household names, and maybe the slam dunk contest becomes the centerpiece of NBA All-Star Weekend. I don't know. Maybe we're grasping onto life here. Maybe we just need to let the NBA All-Star Weekend sail out to sea, much like many of the other sports All-Star Weekends have become. The NFL, they don't even try anymore. They do this stupid indoor flag football game that nobody gives a damn about anymore. The NHL figured it out with the Four Nations face-off. Baseball is okay. I still think they should replace it with the World Baseball Classic every 3 years. But anyway, still pretty damn cool. Dunkman, Slam Dunk Contest, Professional League, created by Shaquille O'Neal, by Shaq. That's coming this summer. All right, actual NBA conversation here. In terms of, we've got 5 days left in the regular season. We're going to have a play-in tournament, 2 play-in tournament games tonight, next week, and then the day after that as well, for the right to get into the first round of the playoffs. And Brad, last night, Victor Wembanyama leaves the game for the Spurs in an eventual win against the 76ers, which what initially was called an arm injury, now it's a bruised rib. And that we really haven't gotten any results on an MRI for Victor Wembanyama. Other than that, he is doubtful for tomorrow's game against Portland. Left rib contusion. Here's the thing about Wemby. He's played 63 games this year. This is a guy that in the last couple of weeks has not once, but twice doubled down and said he's the MVP, that he should win the MVP over Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He is definitely going to be a landslide winner for NBA Defensive Player of the Year, but there are 3 games left in the season. 3. That's it. The Spurs are 60-19. They got 3 games left. Wemby's got to play in 2 of those. He's not playing tomorrow. So unless Victor Wembanyama plays the last 2 games of the regular season, he is ineligible to be Defensive Player of the Year. He's ineligible for first-team All-NBA. And I don't think he's going to get it, but he would be ineligible for the MVP. So this is some pretty damn big news here. Should the Spurs risk it and play him in the last 2 games if he's not 100% here? Like, they're only technically a game and a half out of the 1 seed because they do own the season tiebreaker for the Thunder. I mean, Oklahoma City can wrap this thing up. They're playing the Lakers, who have nobody. Luka out and definitely with the hamstring. Austin Reeves out and definitely with an oblique strain. LeBron sitting out tonight. So the Thunder are going to be basically 1 win away from wrapping up the 1 seed. But, I mean, should the Spurs risk it so that they can make sure that Wemby gets these postseason awards here? I would think, even if he only suits up and plays a couple of minutes, you got to play him in these last 2 games that you have at the end of this week. You have to.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, they're not mathematically eliminated yet. So are you saying there's a chance? Yeah, Lloyd Christmas, there's indeed a chance. So for that reason alone, he should go out and try to play the best that he can. And you and I talked about this on our, prep call before the show today. All he's got to do is, you just laid it out, play a minute, stand in the corner, call a timeout, throw the ball out of bounds, and then you pull Wemby, and then, the run of a risk as infinitesimal as it in that moment is evaporated. It's gone, and he still qualifies for all of those award achievements that, he wants. And maybe there's some added contract incentives. They want to guarantee that because he is tour de jour and tour de force for that franchise. And Wemby's not going to win the looking at the WAR data right now that ESPN tracks, SGA is running away with it. His overall WAR is at 16.9. Number 2 on that list is Jokic at 13.1, followed by Luka at 12.9 and Kawhi at 11.6. And Wemby at overall at 10.5. So based on that alone, in terms of the overall value, offense, now he is in a tier by himself defensively. We'll say, okay, well, that earns my vote because the balance he has and just the enforcer that he is on the defensive end. I understand. There is an argument there for him to be in the MVP conversation. He's not going to win MVP, so you don't want to risk injury with your eyes on a much bigger prize. So just play him for a minute or two, get his ass out of the game, and call it a day. And then what you get, and you don't throw a fit, and you go out there and try to win the Larry O'Brien. That would be the smart decision for the Spurs to make. Are they going to make it? Well, ultimately, Wemby may force their hand either way.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine this is that serious that we're talking about him missing more time than this. But again, you got the playoffs just over a week away. The Spurs aren't going to end up playing until Saturday when the first round begins. So they have 10 days from now or 11 days from now. But still, Spurs coach Mitch Johnson said after the game last night that he had heard nothing yet about the severity of his injury. Now they're calling it a rib contusion. But the way that they kind of talked about it, Mitch Johnson said, quote, "I know he came back and he just didn't finish. At halftime, I was told he wasn't coming back. I haven't heard anything else up to this point. I think it would be a positive that he felt like he could come back, and he played the last 4 or 5 minutes of the half. So that's a positive from my perspective. He played 15 minutes. Again, here's the thing, Brad, actually, that we were just talking about it. Have him suit up and play a minute. I didn't even know this until literally just this moment. Players are granted 2 exceptions to the requirement of playing 20 minutes in a game as long as they play at least 15 minutes. So I guess you have to play at least 15 minutes in a game for it to count as a game played, which I had no idea. I'm just reading one of the articles that was written up about it last night. And it says Wembanyama played 15 minutes and 40 seconds, which will count toward eligibility for postseason awards, as players are granted 2 exceptions to the requirement of playing 20 minutes in a game as long as they play at least 15 minutes. So I don't know if you could just have him sit in the corner and take him out after a minute. He'd actually have to play not a substantial amount, but he'd have to play about a quarter and a half worth of a game. And so is that worth the risk? Again, I don't think we're having a conversation about, is Wemby going to be 100% for the playoffs? Like, again, the fact that Mitch Johnson kind of talked about he felt like he could come back if needed. I don't think we're talking about more than a game absence, but then again, he's got to play at least 15 minutes in those final 2 games of the regular season. And so then this just comes down to a different conversation here is should we be prioritizing the awards? Should the Spurs even give a damn about Wembanyama winning Defensive Player of the Year or First Team All-NBA or having even the slightest of chances to get the MVP? And should they be still trying to chase down Oklahoma City if they are mathematically alive for the 1 seed with 2 games left to play? All of that is in play here. And when it comes to the awards, I mean, Wemby has talked so emphatically. He has puffed his chest and he's talked about, I'm the MVP. I think I should be the MVP. And he's not going to suit up tomorrow. I think you're going to have a tough time keeping him off the floor for the final 2 games. Is that something where the Spurs medical staff, if they're saying like, hey, if he gets hit hard in the ribs, it could potentially risk a broken rib. I don't think we should play him. Like, how is that conversation going to go? Wemby's going to demand to play, and they're going to try to sit him out, and he's going to be ruled ineligible to win the awards. In a year where we've talked about Luka now with his situation, Jokic is right up against the cutoff. Anthony Edwards has missed the cutoff now. This 65-game threshold, if it gets Wemby, who so many people want to be the face of the league, are we really going to be in a situation where he doesn't play at least 15 minutes in these final 2 games? I find it very hard to believe. And if he doesn't, I mean, it's a rib contusion. I know he'd be playing through that in the playoffs. You want to win Defensive Player of the Year, exactly. I think you got to get your ass on the floor for these last 2 games.
Yeah, look, he's got to play in some form or fashion. I think that is a foregone conclusion here. It's a pain tolerance issue. He's got to gut it out. Again, there's probably money motivation, obviously trophy motivation to add to his own personal case. He's got to give it an effort. There's no question. I just think it'd be smart, and I would advise Wemby, if I was in a situation of power, to be like, yo, bro, just go out, play a minute or 2 and get your ass off the floor because we need you for the playoff stretch because we have a real shot of possibly winning the West and an NBA title once again in the great city of San Antonio.
All right, phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Spurs fans, Wemby fans that are out there, do you think Victor Wembanyama should suit up and play the 15 minutes required in the final 2 games of the season so that you can see him win Defensive Player of the Year and probably get first team All-NBA? Or do you say, damn it, I don't give a crap about the awards. Hopefully they get rid of the 65-game threshold. We can't risk him getting a broken rib right before the playoff starts. We'll take your phone calls and your texts when we come back at 310-840-4910. We also have a Raider fan that has responded to our producer, Brandon Combs, who called Fernando Mendoza soft for staying home with his family in Miami rather than planning to attend the NFL draft. And we'll talk a little baseball as well, because we might have some fireworks tonight between the Red Sox and the Brewers and the Contreras brothers. We'll explain all when we come back. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight at Westwood One Sports.
See you later. Bye. Dexter Lawrence wants out. He wants more money. Let someone else pay him. Goodbye. He's a very good player. I'm not disputing it. Again, the record, 36-79-1. And invariably, people will say, well, it's not his fault. Who the rest of the team? I get it. I understand. My point is that he's not this kind of transformational player that, like, they're going to win games because of him. They have been one of the, if not the worst teams in football with him. They can be bad without him. They don't need him to be bad. They can be bad without him. Or maybe, what a novel thought this is, maybe they can be good without him. Because Dexter Lawrence is such a good player, and because his contract is not one of the most cumbersome, it's not an albatross of a contract, there will be teams that will be very interested in Dexter Lawrence. So again, the point of this is not that he's bad at all. He's good. If the Giants can get a late first-round pick, let's say, and, you know, Bill Zimmerman and Kenny Henderson, the Bears have been talked about, like their team. Could the Bears be interested? You know, yesterday we talked about, you know, Nnamdi Madubuike may be coming back for the Baltimore Ravens, right? What if he doesn't? Would the Ravens trade the 14th overall pick for Dexter Lawrence and pair him with Trey Hendrickson on a reshaped defensive line as a piece for Jesse Minter? What about Jesse Minter's old team, the Los Angeles Chargers, who have a bleep ton of cap space and, like, refuse to spend it because Joe Ortiz, the general manager, comes from Baltimore when, like, they don't overspend. They have a huge amount of cap space. They had it last year and they have it now. Maybe they'd like to use some of it to try and win this year. Maybe Dexter Lawrence goes to Los Angeles and goes to the Chargers. The Giants should absolutely do this and get an extra first-round pick. North Carolina this season can absolutely be better than Duke. And I understand that Hubert Davis and North Carolina beat Duke in Coach K's final game in the Final Four. I understand that. But in the post-Coach K, let's call it post-Coach K, Roy Williams era, like, I know that North Carolina won that game. I understand. Duke has been the better program, despite that. And I think even the most diehard North Carolina fan, if you gave them truth serum, would have to admit that Duke has been the better program. North Carolina can be better than Duke. The way that it happens is if Carolina spends the money that Duke spends. That's how it happens. Because if the talent is somewhat equivalent, right? So you look at Duke and you look at Carolina and you say, look, obviously, Carolina had Caleb Wilson, right? And he's a great player. Duke better than North Carolina this year. Fair to say? I think so. If we get to next year in the ACC and Carolina is better, the same, or slightly worse than Duke, talent-wise, here would be my question to everybody. Who do you trust more at the end of a close game? John Shire, who has to beat the allegations. Remember what I said last Monday after Duke blew it against UConn in the East Regional Final. I think Shire will win a national championship at Duke. I think he will. But until that happens, the questions will be there about his ability to close out big games and not oversee absolute mind-numbing, soul-crushing collapses. Who are you going to trust at the end of these games? John Shire or NBA champion Michael Malone?
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Did he get him again? Yeah, he did. He hit him again. Sixth. For the sixth time, his brother comes out and walks him up the first base line. And again, there is history between the Red Sox Contreras and the Milwaukee Brewers that goes beyond all the hit batsmen.
It's not just a hit by pitch. That's the 24th time that they hit me in my career, 24th. And that's the 6th time they hit me. And they always say, I'm not trying to hit you. That get old. So next time they hit me again, I'm going to take one of them out. That's what happened. That's a message. That's a message.
Oh, baby, we love early season baseball beef. Oh, baby. That was Red Sox Brewers from last night. They plunked Wilson Contreras, as you heard him say. Wilson Contreras, longtime former Cubs catcher, then with the Cardinals, now with the Red Sox. He's playing first base for them since Coleman Wong is mostly, or not mostly, I mean, he platoons, but he plays a lot of first base now. Coleman Wong plays a lot of catcher for them. So Wilson Contreras gets plunked again last night by the Brewers. And as you heard him say, a 24th time in his career that they have hit him with a pitch, and he's had enough. Welcome back, BetMGM Tonight. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. How about that, Brad, for a message? They hit me again. I'm going to take one of them out. Just a quick update. They're playing right now. Bottom of the sixth. Boston actually just put 2 runs on the board here to break what was a great pitcher's duel with a Trevor Story RBI double. Wilson Contreras, so far, struck out, singled, and he walked. Was not hit by a pitch, so we haven't had any fireworks tonight at Fenway, but things could get spicy. What do you think of Wilson Contreras, who, by the way, his brother William, as you heard on the broadcast last night, William's behind the dish, and, all the Brewers players, they're like, yeah, we've seen this skit for like 10 years. Basically just like telling them to shut up. We're not hitting you on purpose. I don't know, man. You hit somebody 24 freaking times in their career. I would start to think it was personal. We know Wilson Contreras is one of the most fiery players in all of baseball. What do you think of this? What do you think of the Brewers hitting? You think it was intentional? Because I'm hard pressed to think that it wasn't intentional at this point.
I think it is intentional. I was watching the Cubs pregame broadcast on Marquee, and they were showing highlights of Contreras getting plunked by Woodruff as a member of the Chicago Cubs when Contreras was with that organization. I saw a number of those pitches. Many of them were, off of the body armor on the elbow that Contreras maybe threw out the wing a little bit and got dinged. Not a big deal, but a couple were rib shots. And you get a rib shot, Pat, there might be some intent there. especially if you're pitching in perfect conditions. And largely these the pitches by Woodruff are being thrown in ideal pitching conditions. So yeah, man, given the history there, I mean, you don't hit a guy over 20 times unless there's some intent. Like, oh yeah, randomly it just slipped again on me. Sorry, man. Sorry, bro. I didn't mean it. It's a heaping pile of poppycock, a bunch of BS. And it does, as you mentioned, present the question of what would his brother do? Maybe stick out a cleat, try to trip him up. Maybe he jumps on his back and tries to prevent him from going out there and get his butt kicked. Or maybe he's just like, hey, Wilson, Wilson's good at Wilson. He's just got to charge him out. He gets bloody, so be it. I beat him up a couple of times when we were kids back in the day in Venezuela. So I mean, all those things are on the table. It's baseball, man. There's drama. There's beef around every corner. That's what makes, a 162 game season quite compelling and quite thrilling, honestly, are the stories like this. So I'm here for it.
Yeah, and 6 times alone by Brandon Woodruff. And again, Yelich was like, we've seen this skid for the last 10 years. It's nothing new. Brandon Woodruff said, I had the quote right here. What did Brady says? We've been through this. It's 9 years to me? It seems like every year he's trying to play a game and he's trying to get his side fired up. Once I knew what was going on, I wasn't going to let it affect me on the mound. I knew I had a job to do. Why don't you man up and be like, yeah, you know what? We did hit him on purpose because we hate him because he's annoying. He gets emotional and we wanted to send a message. Like what? Just own up to it. Yeah, obviously hit him. You don't hit somebody 24 times. And like you said, oh, sorry, man, wasn't trying to hit you. And that's what Wilson Contreras said. He goes, they always say, oh, we weren't trying to hit you. That gets old. So he goes, so how about next time they hit me, I'm going to take one of their guys out. Can you imagine? And his brother tried to get in between him barking at Brandon Woodruff as he's going down the first baseline. Can you imagine? What was the one guy that got hit and turned around and basically just went drop kick right to the catcher's the catcher's chest protector? Can you imagine? Imagine if Wilson Contreras.
I don't remember the guy's name, but I remember that. Yeah, that was.
You imagine
epic.
If Wilson Contreras does that to his brother, his own flesh and blood, just bang, little drop kick, right? I mean, Mom, the boys are at it again. You better put away the china in the closet. Contreras on Contreras. Why not just have the two brothers duke it out? I mean, it's family feud. It's family fun. They probably beat each other up growing up. So why not just let everybody in the ballpark see it and get it over with? Because at the end of the day, your brother is the one calling the pitches. Take it up with him after the game. He's your flesh and blood. Go after him. I think the Brewers, they're kidding themselves if they're not hitting him on purpose. And I honestly, I know baseball players, they tend to overreact and they tend to get emotional at times. I support Wilson Contreras 100%. I kind of hope he gets hit because I want to see him take one of the Brewers pitchers out, man. I want to see a classic charge the mound, put somebody in a freaking headlock and just brass knuckles right to the skull.
Yeah, dip the head, maybe do a form tackle on him and deplete him. Like, I'm totally down for that. Like, I miss baseball fights because it seems like we didn't have very many last year. And it seems like cooler heads have largely prevailed. One of my favorite things, Pat, about a baseball fight are the overweight guys from the bullpen that kind of show up late to the party and trot their way in, and they got, like, their warm-up jackets on, and they're like, yeah, like
they're going to do anything.
We're going to start a brawl. Those guys are comical to me. They don't do anything. They just roll out there for effect. They try to be tough guys in that moment while everybody else is trying to, scrap and scrape and maybe throw a couple of haymakers. But that, to me, is what makes baseball fights just downright hilarious. Overweight dudes trotting in from the long green grass in the outfield to where the action is, and they just stand around and, like, talk it up and chum it up. And that to me is like the highlight of the brawl.
Yeah, I love it. It's the only action unless you're pitching in the game, it's the only action those guys get. They're sitting out there in the bullpen, chewing on sunflower seeds, chewing on bubble gum, talking about God knows what. I mean, I've been a part of those conversations.
Fantasy.
A lot of those are not
probably
for
fantasy
air.
Football.
Yeah.
That
and some conversations that are definitely not for air. So all of a sudden they see fight. It's like, when you're in 5th grade and you see a fight break out for the first time, it's like fight, and you just run. You run over to just get involved and be like, hey, yeah, what's up? What's going on here? What we do? Oh, hey, man, let me hold you back. You weren't even in the action, but let me just grab on. Let me pretend I'm in this here. We need And I'm not promoting violence because it's within sport. And half the time, you don't even see a punch ever even get landed. You just see pushing and shoving and people barking at one another. We need a good old-fashioned brawl. We need one.
We do! Yes! I want it! I like the ones like the old school ones like Megli Ordonez or back in the day with the Chicago White Sox. That was a legit brawl. Kyle Farnsworth decleaning the Cincinnati Reds pitcher, charged them on. That was an actual brawl. Those are the days. Those are the highlights I miss. I want something to really stir the blood in the moment and just enjoy every single second of it. And, no, generally speaking, guys don't get clowned. Guys don't really get hit. Guys don't get hurt. There might be, a couple of spurts of blood here and there. That's fine. It's baseball. It's part of the game. That's what makes hockey fights so awesome in the NHL. Let's bring that back to the diamond. We need more brawls.
And how about the Brewers? You want to talk about like trying to add insult to injury? They challenged it afterwards. They challenged that Wilson Contreras even got hit by the pitch. And the replay was actually kind of close, but he did get hit. But imagine that. It's like, yeah, we're going to throw at you, and then we're going to challenge it to try to make you look like a sissy, even more so. Like, I've spoken highly about the Brewers. I speak highly about Pat Murphy. But it's pretty clear that they don't like Wilson Contreras, and I guess you can't blame them when he's the catcher for your two division rivals for the last decade and a half with the Cubbies and the Cardinals. And now that he's on the Red Sox, and you're going to get one of, two series all year, if not the only series between the Brewers and the Red Sox, and they throw at him right away in game one of a 3-game series, that's pretty bold. You're asking to get one of your relief pitchers get their lights knocked out. And if they throw at Wilson Contreras again, I guarantee you he's charging the mound, and I'm going to be here for it. So he's gotten up 3 times. It's 3-0 Sox going into the top of the 7th. He's probably going to get one more at bat, I hope. And I want to see what happens. And if not tonight, maybe tomorrow. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. All right, we come back. We got a message from our friends at BetMGM, and we'll do our Round the Bases game. We'll get producer Brandon Combs in. We'll get video producer Monty in. And we'll go around the room and make selections for each category ahead of the evening slate tonight for Major League Baseball. We'll get you some score updates as well for baseball and for basketball, so we got a lot to do. Get aboard. Join the show, 310-840-4910. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
If you don't think Kirk Cousins is starting week 1 for the Raiders, assuming health, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you're dim-witted. I don't know how else to put it. Kirk Cousins did not get like a 1-year, $7 million deal. He's getting $20 million. $20 million. He's starting to begin the year for the Raiders. 100%. Unless he's not healthy. Kirk Cousins is going to start. And I hate that. And I can appreciate the counters that people have to that, which are, like Mendoza. Like it's a college offense that he ran. And I don't mean that as an insult. They won the national title. But tons of RPOs. It was not a pro-style scheme that Mendoza ran. And then you have Clint Kubiak, who's running a variant of like the Shanahan scheme and what his dad ran, obviously. And look, there will be a learning curve for Fernando Mendoza. So I understand the thought process of don't throw him to the Wolves. I disagree with that. You're going to take him first overall. Let him play. Let him learn. Let him work through it. If he's good enough to be the top overall pick, he'll figure it out. Now, whether or not Mendoza starts in week 1, I think it's important for me to say this. I think Fernando Mendoza is going to be a really good NFL quarterback. And I think the partnership between Mendoza and Clint Kubiak is going to bear fruit. I would be pretty surprised if at some point early on in the Mendoza-Kubiak partnership, that the Las Vegas Raiders were not at least contenders in the final weeks of the regular season for a wild card spot, if not more. I think Mendoza's going to be a stud, and I have optimism in what Clint Kubiak will be as a head coach, and obviously we know he's a very good offensive play caller. It's just not going to be this year. Like to quote Vince McMahon, the Raiders will be good, but not tonight, but not this year. Everyone is bitching and moaning about the officiating as if that's the reason that Connecticut lost this game last night. Connecticut lost the game because Connecticut wasn't good enough, period, end of story, to take advantage of a zillion opportunities presented to it in the form of Michigan not playing well in the game. Think about all the things that happened for UConn in the game. Michigan shot 13% from three. UConn made 7 more threes than Michigan did. UConn had more rebounds. UConn had more assists. And Michigan's best player was hurt. Not playing at 100%. All of these things happened, and UConn still lost. How about this? In the history of the NCAA tournament, OptaStats credit for this. Teams are 1-50 all time when they score under 70 points, shoot under 40% from the field, and shoot under 15% from three on 15 or more attempts, and get out rebounded. The one in 1-50, Michigan, last night. You want to tell the truth about what happened about last night's game? Well, everybody is in a rush and he's the best. And this run for UConn has been majestic and marvelous, and we're going to credit them. We're going to credit them. But if you're going to tell the truth about this game, you need to say UConn blew it.
From kickoff to the final whistle, you're locked into BetMGM tonight. Weeknights with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle.
All right, welcome back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And that's from our friends at BetMGM tonight. This from our friends at BetMGM. Get in on the fun of a new MLB season with a no-sweat token. If you don't win your bet with the token attached, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. Here's how it works. Number 1, log in to receive your MLB no-sweat token. Number 2, make a qualifying $5 to $1,000 MLB bet and attach the token. Number 3, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. All right, it's time for our crew game here, Round the Bases. We got 3 games yet to start amidst a busy night across Major League Baseball. Let's just get you caught up here on some of the scores that you need to know right now after getting slammed last night by the Dodgers 14-2 for their 5th straight loss. The Blue Jays are being shut out again by Yoshi Yamamoto. The Dodgers lead the Blue Jays in Toronto 3-0. Yamamoto's working on a one-hitter with 6 strikeouts. And did he just give up that first hit just now? Was he working on a no-no up until just this very last second? No, he gave up a hit in the second inning. But working on a one-hitter, And the Dodgers, they got an RBI single from Shohei Ohtani. They got a fielder's choice, and then they got a RBI single from Freeland. I'm blanking on his first name, Alex Freeland. So it's 3-0 Dodgers over the Blue Jays. Cam Schlittler is human. He gave up 3 runs a couple of innings ago. The A's lead the Yankees 3-1, bottom 5th. But Yanks do have 2 runners on. Tying run on base. Cody Bellinger at the dish, so we'll see if they can chip into that. In Pittsburgh, Paul Skeens was absolutely dominant against the Padres. 6 1/3, 2 hits, 1 run, and 6 strikeouts. Pirates lead the Padres 2-1. And your Cubbies, Brad, your Chicago Cubs up 6-0 over the Rays. The Bats woke up. They've got 2 runners on, a chance to add on. PCA has already gone deep in this game. So your Cubbies with a nice bounce back win. I got to imagine that's got to feel pretty good, assuming they hold on and don't blow it.
Yeah, we still got 2 men on. Could add some more here. Top of the 8th inning, 1 out, and Nico Horner at the dish, already 1 for 3 in the game. So yeah, the Cubs have finally come alive. They were one of the worst in baseball in WRC plus here the first couple of weeks of the season. So much needed. Way to go, Northsiders.
All righty, let's go around the bases here. We got 3 games left to begin. Well, Astros-Rockies has just started. And then you got the Braves and the Angels coming up in Anaheim. And then later tonight, Phillies and the Giants. So let's give out our favorite winner to start here. Brad, you kick us off. Who do you like tonight?
I'm a sicko. I'm going to play the Colorado Rockies to win straight up on the money line at plus a 154. Look, I know the Pebbles are number 29 in WRC plus to begin the season, and Houston, who they're facing tonight, is numero uno in that category. But Kyle Freeland has pitched quite well, 2.89 ERA through a couple of starts to begin the year, and Mike Burrows taking the mound for Houston, giving up 5.91 ERA. For some sick demented reason, I think the Rockies win. So I love the value there at plus 154.
Yeah, and they won last night 9-7. So Houston early goings, but only 1-3 on the road. And Rockies they hit well in that altitude. So there you go. I like the Phils. I like the Phils tonight on the road. I mean, I think the Giants are not a very good team. And you got Christopher Sanchez going for the Phillies, one of the best pitchers in all of baseball. And he's been absolutely dominant as expected again to start the season. Just a .79 ERA across 11 1/3 innings with 17 strikeouts. Phillies beat them last night 6-4. I think they will handle Robbie Ray and the Giants again tonight. So I'll take the Phils to win the game here at minus 150 on BetMGM. Producer Brandon Combs. Combs, who do you think wins tonight?
I'm going to go with the Angels, plus 105 right now to beat the Atlanta Braves. You say Kikuchi on the mound tonight for the Angels. This isn't because I think the Angels are better than the Braves, but they're playing better ball right now. Angels have won 3 straight. Braves have lost 3 straight. I'm going to ride the hot hand and go with the Angels at plus money.
All right, taking the Angels to beat the Bravos. And then finally, video producer Michael Montgomery. Monty, who do you like tonight out of these 3 games? Who's a winner?
I'm on the Phillies too. It's the biggest difference I have among pitcher ratings today on my site, batters-box.com. Elite rating for Christopher Sanchez, second highest on the day. He limits extra base hits really well and generates a lot of ground balls. That's why I like him. And Robbie Ray kind of surprisingly has a poor rating. So that's why there's the big difference here. And interesting trend I have on the site, Phillies have won 59% of their games when they have a higher average hitter rating since the start of 2024, and they do tonight. So I like the Phillies.
There you go, Monty, giving us the statistical analysis to make your decisions. That's batters-box.com. Owned, operated, created by our very own Michael Montgomery. All right, favorite total of the night between these 3 games. Brad, what do you like?
I'll take the under of that pitcher's duel between Sanchez and Ray on the left coast, which is indeed the best coast. That under being 7 runs at a minus 105 juice. If you look at the WRC plus data, Philadelphia is number 13 in Major League Baseball, but the Giants have not really scored a ton of runs this season, number 30 in that category. So I think this game is going to finish like maybe 3-1, 4-1, something like that. Well under the 7 at a minus 105.
Yeah, I'm going to go the over in Colorado, Coors Field. I mean, the ball is going to fly. They had 16 runs between the 2 of them last night. Again, this game just did get underway, and the Astros went scoreless in the first inning, so you probably get even better value. But the pitching matchup between Burrows and Kyle Freeland, I think the ball should be flying tonight in the Rocky Mountains. I like the over in the Astros and the Rockies. Combs?
Yeah, I'm actually on the opposite side of that. I like the under in the Rockies Astros. Only twice this year so far has the over 11 hit in Colorado. I know it's in Colorado. You typically take the over, but I think the under hits tonight.
Okay. Monty, what about you?
I'm going a little different here. Give me the Astros team total over 5.5 runs, minus 130. This line kind of makes no sense, which almost makes me a little nervous, but the Astros are averaging 7 runs a game as it is, and now they're in Coors, and Kyle Freeland's pitching, so that's kind of crazy, and sledgehammer it if you want. Shout out to Brad. But I don't think Kyle Freeland's any good, even though he has a 2.89 ERA this year. He's got a 5.20 expected ERA, 4.58 xFIP, so the advanced stats say he's not having as good of a season that his ERA suggests, so give me the Astros team total over 5.5.
Okay, I like it. All right, let's go yard. Who's going deep tonight? Home run pick out of any of these 3 games. Brad, who's leaving the park?
Oh, Hunter Goodman of the Colorado Rockies at plus 310. Really roll the shoulders and get seduced by that juice, gentlemen. He's got 1 bomb of the season, just 10 for 41 to begin the year. I know he's 0 for 2 lifetime against Mike Burrows, but at least has seen him. Burrows a 1.69 home run per 9 mark allowed and giving up a 50% fly ball rate. So I think Goodman gets a good smack into the cheap seats at Coors. I like him to go long tonight.
I'm going to go Trouty. Mike Trout at plus 310 on BetMGM. He went deep in the first 2 games of the season. Hasn't gone deep since, but he's got great career numbers against Reynaldo Lopez, Brave starting pitcher. 5 for 9 with a home run. So I think Trout, he's about due to leave the ballpark tonight. Mike Trout, first home run at home this year at more than 3-1. Combs, who's leaving the park?
I'm going to go with Cam Smith of the Houston Astros, who should be a Chicago Cub, but we gave him up for a rental, and it was stupid. Cam Smith, 460-foot bomb last night in Colorado. I think that ball landed on the moon before that thing that orbited it last week did. So I'm going to go with Cam Smith again.
Okay. And Monty, who's going deep? Who does batters-box.com love to leave the park tonight?
All kinds of people, but I'm going Christian Walker back in Colorado. He's got an elite rating against Freeland. He's got the highest fly ball percentage among the Astros for this matchup. And obviously, if you're going to hit a home run, you want to hit the ball in the air. So give me him.
Is that how that works? Okay. Who's got the highest hits, runs, and RBIs in these 3 games? Otherwise, who's going to put on a show at the plate, even if they don't leave the park? Brad, who do you like?
I think Ozzy Albies got a little smoochy on Kikuchi, a guy that absolutely rakes against ball pitchers, batting 385 so far this season, 3 for 6 a lifetime with a bomb and 2 RBI against Kikuchi, and he's gone over on the HER in 5 of 11 games this year.
Yeah, I like Jorge Soler. Again, great numbers, career against Reynaldo Lopez, 13 for 22 with 4 bombs. He's hitting .591 career against him. So over 1.5 hits plus runs plus RBIs for Jorge Soler at plus 125. Combs, who do you like?
I'm going to go with Joe Adell over 1.5 at plus 105. He's hit this number in 4 of his last 5 games. So give me him to stay hot over 1.5.
All right, Monty.
Austin Riley, also against Kikuchi. He's got an elite rating tonight on batters-box.com. Struggled to start the year, but he's actually 4 for 9 against lefties this year. And then in 103 games with an elite rating, he's gone over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs in 61%. So great trend with only minus 125 odds.
All right, Monty, back to you. Let's go rapid fire here. 30 seconds, starting pitcher play. Give us a play for any starting pitcher tonight. Go ahead.
Reynaldo Lopez, over 5.5 strikeouts, plus 110.
Brando?
Christopher Sanchez, over 6.5 Ks, plus 105.
All right, and Brad, finish us off.
Reynaldo Lopez, over 16.5 outs. He goes 6 strong, plus 115.
All right, we'll bid Brad adieu. When we come back, we'll talk a little more national championship here on BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
you'd be wrong. He's been consistently the better player between the two. Although, listen, I run my simulations as well. It's not all vibes over here. And an interesting thing that the simulations spit out is that Bryson has better win equity overall than John Rahm. But when you start going down the list, top 5 percentage, top 10, 20, 30, made cut percentage, John Rahm smokes him in everything else. Because when Bryson peaks, he's really hard to beat. My issue with Bryson at Augusta is when you take a look at his style of game, it's driving and putting. Kind of crappy chipper, and his irons are wildly inconsistent. You can't win the Masters with wildly inconsistent irons. This is what has happened to him over the course of the past 2 years. He's come no worse than 6th in either of the past 2 years. The moment his irons get away from him, and they always do, all of a sudden, he's not so good anymore, because especially off these tight surfaces, he's just not that good around the greens. Maybe he'll chip in every now and then, but it always rears its ugly head at the worst times. I remember 2 years ago when he was the first round leader, carried the sign on his back. Everyone was all fired up for Bryson. Once it dried out, those were very wet conditions, and he'll play better at Augusta if it is wet. If it's ever a rainy Masters, take a look at Bryson. This year, no rain, no wind in the forecast. It's going to be firm. It's going to be fast. And I do not trust his irons or his around the green. Could he do it? Yeah, of course he could. He's Bryson. He's an amazing player. Gets it together for 4 days. That's not where my money would be going. It would be versus the two, even in a head-to-head. It would be on John Rahm, just because his median outcome is so much better than Bryson's, especially with the way that he's playing right now.
Dusty May is unbelievable. And I think the only coach that you can say right now in college basketball might be, let's say if Hurley's going to be one, the only argument would be for second best over Dusty May is Rick Pitino. That's it. And if you wanted to argue Rick Pitino, I get it. I would totally understand that. We can talk about some of the others, right? Does anyone want to put John Shire in this rarefied air? John Shire, some people are addicted to booze. Some people are addicted to weed. Some people are addicted to sex. John Shire is addicted to blowing games in the NCAA tournament that his team should win. You want to put John Shire? I'm sure he can get there. He's not there now. Would you rather have Tom Izzo or Dusty May? Not an insult to Tom Izzo to say I'd rather have Dusty May. Tommy Lloyd or Dusty May. Tommy Lloyd is still looking for the license plate of the truck that ran them over on Saturday night. Matt Painter, Bill Self, great coach, great recruiter. I think Dusty May's a better in-game coach. Brad Underwood, TJ Otzelberger. I'll take Dusty May over basically anyone that isn't named Danny Hurley. And given the age, right? So if you had to pick one right now for your program, you would take Dusty May over Rick Pitino. Because Pitino's in his 70s. Pitino's great. But I think you would take May right now if you were starting a program.
The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Heyo! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans, and that means we got 2 solo hours coming at you now as we take you to 11 p.m. Eastern each and every weeknight here. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports, and we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line is 310-840-4910. You can call or simply just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into at 310-840-4910. If you text in your question, let us know what your name is and where you're from so we can get you featured on the show. We've got a text that I want to get to here in a couple of minutes, firing back at producer Brandon Combs after he called Fernando Mendoza soft for not planning on attending the NFL draft in Pittsburgh and rather staying at home with his family. But I want to kick off the show with a little reset here. We obviously talked the men's national championship game last night to start the show, but I want to hit some more points here, for those of you just joining us. So last night, Michigan, national champs for the second time in program history. They built a lead by as many as 11 points in the game, and then they hold on late to beat UConn 69-63. And I thought it was an ugly game, but I thought it was made uglier by the officiating, and that's my main takeaway. I think the officiating doomed UConn. I thought they got hosed by the refs, flat out and simple. I think Dan Hurley got screwed. I think his reputation played against him. It didn't help that one of the officials in the game is a guy that ejected Dan Hurley from a game infamously 4 years ago and also had given him a couple of technical fouls in just some of the last couple of UConn games that he officiated this season. That was James Breeding. But, again, I don't care about all this. You want to throw a lot of stats at me. Well, UConn had trouble fouling opponents all year. Michigan got to the free throw line all year. Stop. Just watch if you watch the freaking game last night, you saw one team clearly getting the benefit of the whistle, and it was completely inconsistent. At times, they let the kids play physical. They let them play rough and tough, rough and tumble, and really get after one another. And then other times, Silas Demery, who fouled out for one of the softest fouls I'd ever seen. He's guarding Elliot Cadeau at half court, and he basically puts like one hand on him, and Elliot Cadeau tries to rip through it. And just because he had his arm out, oh, it's a foul. You're fouled out. See you later. I think the fact that UConn was up in the first half of this game, and then you got a second foul on Solo Ball, you got a second foul on Silas Demery, you got a second foul on Terrace Reed. The second foul on Terrace Reed was, again, another just laughable whistle. Laughable whistle. And that's when Michigan made their run. UConn was up by 3 or 4 points with about 5-6 minutes left to go in the first half, and then all of a sudden, 3 of their starters get 2 fouls. They got to keep subbing guys in and out because you can't pick up a third foul in the first half. Then you're really in trouble, and that allowed Michigan to go on the run. And honestly, it felt like the officials from the start of the game were trying to give Michigan the national championship. I think it was incredibly, I thought it was an incredibly pathetic performance from the Zebras. And the fact that we're talking about them, there's a lot of folks that have chimed in, oh, stop whining, stop complaining, UConn lost fair and square. I don't think they lost fair and square. I think you had a team, you had 2 teams that play physical. One team was allowed to play physical. The other team wasn't allowed to play physical. And when you have a free throw disparity of 12, Michigan goes 25 for 28, and UConn goes 12 of 16. There's your difference. 12 extra free throw attempts in a 6-point game. And I think Dan Hurley handled it incredibly well. We played sound earlier in the show. Dan Hurley actually complimented the officials. Whether that was sarcastic or not, who knows? I mean, he ended up taking the high road even if he thought they were terrible. I mean, he was ranting and raving throughout the game, which is not abnormal for Dan Hurley. But, again, I go back. I'm just remembering certain points in this game. They get Alex Caravan for a flagrant one, for a hook and hold, which never gets called. And it was so soft. And you're going to hit a player with a flagrant one in the national championship game where you're supposed to, and I get it, right? You can't just have it be the Wild West. You can't have it be a rumble in the jungle where they're just mauling each other without whistles. But come on, you got to let these guys play, man. These are two teams that clawed and scraped and fought their way here. Well, I mean, Michigan blew out a lot of teams in their path. UConn had to scrape and claw and fight tooth and nail to get to the national championship game, had to come back from 19 down against Duke, had to outlast Illinois in the Final Four. And I just thought they deserved much better than that. You know, from the guys that are in charge of controlling the game, I thought they became the game. I thought they became the conversation. I thought they over-officiated. I thought it was terrible. I thought it was absolutely abysmal. So Dan Hurley took the high road afterwards. But this game for me, I wish it was just, I wish we weren't having the conversation of what if. You know, what if Michigan didn't get 12 more free throws for two teams that played very physically? UConn out-rebounded them. You know, it's one thing if Michigan's out-rebounding UConn and you're watching the game and you're saying, damn, yeah, Michigan's just dominating them and the only way for UConn to stop them is to foul them. I didn't think that. Not on the majority of possessions. I thought you had two teams trying to be aggressive, trying to take the ball to the cup because they both struggled to shoot the three. One team was getting awarded free throws and the other team wasn't. Not nearly as much as Michigan was. 12 more free throw attempts and a national title game. It really shouldn't be that way. It really shouldn't. So I thought that was a disgrace that the officiating dictated that game last night, and I think ultimately played a big part in Michigan winning it. 310-840-4910, phone number to join the show. You can call and you can text. Again, I do want to give kudos here to some players and some coaches. First on the Michigan side, Dusty May. We have this conversation, I feel like, a lot, and you can say, well, how do you fit 10 coaches into the top 5 coaches in college basketball? But Dusty May is without a doubt one of the top 5 coaches in college basketball right now. And the resume speaks for itself. You wanted to say that it was just a Cinderella run when he got to the Final Four with FAU, just a couple of years ago in 2023. That was 3 years ago. 3 years ago with Florida Atlantic coming out of Conference USA. Florida Atlantic, who at the time when NIL was, it was in the birth stages of what NIL is now, to do that with a team where you're barely paying players, where you got to just recruit, and you got to get kids transferring in, and he takes that team to the Final Four, finishes 35-4. Next year, they get back to the tournament. He gets the Michigan job. They go to the Sweet 16 last year, and now they're champions. 37-3 with a 19-1 conference record in the Big Ten that had basically 7 teams ranked in the top 25 all year. And for most of the season had 4 teams in the top 10. It is a historic season for Michigan. It is a historic season for Dusty May. And I would have liked to seen them really, truly earn that title last night. And I think they were given a big bonus by the referees. But, for what Dusty May did at FAU, and now he brings a title to Michigan in just year 2, yeah, this is a top 5 coach in college basketball. And he's only been doing it at the head coaching level for a couple of years. Long-time assistant before that. And he's gotten his shot. And he's taken 2 teams to the Final Four. One that you would never think in a million years would have been there. And then wins the title with Michigan. Yes, he had a team with a handful of NBA players. A couple that we're going to see in the NBA next year. And Yaxel Lendeborg. And in my thoughts, my opinion, Ade Mara should be a first-round draft pick after the way he played down the stretch this season. But to roll through most of this season the way they did, and 2 losses, one to Duke, which was one of the games of the year in the regular season. They lost that by 5 points. The other to Wisconsin, where the Badgers, who I was disappointed by what they did in the tournament, they got bounced in the first round at High Point, and I thought John Blackwell and Nick Boyd are 2 of the best, as the best guard duo in the country. Shot the lights out from deep. They lost by 3, and they lost the Big Ten title game to Purdue. That was it. Routinely destroying teams by 40, 30 points earlier in the year. When they beat Auburn by 30 and followed it up by beating Gonzaga by 40. When they shellacked Villanova earlier in the year, destroyed USC, handily beat Michigan State both times they played them. This is one of the most dominant seasons in recent memory, and Dusty May is the guy that inks his name, etches his name to it all. So he's going to get a big fat extension in the next coming days here in Ann Arbor, and he should be there for the foreseeable future. And for the longest time, Michigan was searching for that next great head coach to take them back to the Fab Five days and the national championship team of 1989. Well, they got their guy now in Dusty May. So he's one of the top 5 coaches in college basketball, and, congrats to him. I thought last night, the performance from Yaxel Lendeborg, it was more than I expected. Probably in just about, well, not every category, because he only had 2 rebounds. He only had 1 assist, but I didn't expect him to score 13 points, and I sure as hell didn't expect him to play 36 minutes. As a guy that sprained his MCL and sprained his ankle on Saturday night, if you watch the game where they destroyed Arizona in the Final Four, and he only ends up playing 14 minutes, and he's limping around, he's trying to play, he's got a big leg wrap on his knee and on his ankle, and then he goes, I vow to play in the national title game. I'm playing no matter what. I'm like, all right, well, he's going to be limited. He's probably just going to hide in the corner and maybe try to shoot some threes, and they're probably going to have to get him out of the game. I don't think he scored a single point until late in the first half. And then even last night during the game, I'm like, damn, they might have to get Lendeborg out of the game. No, he's not limping around, but he doesn't look great. Basketball-wise, he's not making plays. He wasn't grabbing rebounds. And then in the second half, he scores 9 points, hits all of his free throws, gets a block. And just his heart, his hustle, his effort, that was the heart of a champion last night from Yaxel Lendeborg. And, for a guy that was one of the best players in college basketball all season, to get hurt in the Final Four and to come back 2 days later and play 36 minutes, and just his presence alone helped lift Michigan to a title. I thought it was sensational. And it's a guy that, all the NBA mock drafts have him anywhere from the 9th overall pick to the 15th overall pick. I think if you're an NBA GM and you're a team that misses out on the lottery and you're a team that maybe just missed the playoffs last year, that's a guy that can come in my opinion, and immediately become a factor. He can immediately become a good role player, rotational player next year because, you look at how his game's going to translate to the NBA. 15 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists, and over a block and over a steal per game while shooting 52% from the field and 37% from deep. That'll play in the NBA for sure. And he's 6'9", so he could play the 4. He can get him out wide. I mean, he didn't hit any threes last night, but he hit at least 3 threes or more in the 4 prior games to that. He can shoot. You need to do that in the NBA. He's going to be a hell of a player. I can't wait to watch him at the next level. And a big shout out as well, one more player on Michigan, to Elliot Cadeau, a guy that was at North Carolina, and the failures they had over the last couple of years. He didn't stick around and say, well, I trust Hubert Davis. No. He goes, I want to join Dusty May's squad. I want to go to Michigan, and I think we can win a national championship. And he proved it. And he was the best player on the floor last night. 19 points. He hit the monster 3 with about, 10 minutes left to go. I think that put him back up by double digits after UConn cut into the deficit for the first time. His playmaking down the stretch, and he goes 8 of 9 from the free throw line, and he shot most of those free throws in the second half where he could have tensed up, he could have felt the moment, he could have felt the pressure, and he didn't. Shout out to Elliot Cadeau. He's a national champion. I still want to give a lot of credit to UConn because I thought Alex Karaban, who was the most decorated active player in men's college basketball, he went out playing his ass off. 17 points, 11 rebounds, and 2 steals. And I don't think UConn would have ever even made it close in the second half if not for him. Constantly snatching down rebounds. He hit he hit a late 3 from like 27 feet out from the parking lot that kept him in the game. Terrace Reed, I feel bad for Terrace Reed because he was with Michigan to start his career and didn't win a title when UConn won both of them. Then he goes to UConn, plays against his former team, and they win a title against him. So he's with 2 programs that now have 3 national championships in the last 4 years, and he didn't win any of them. So That's tough for Terrace Reed, but I thought he played his ass off. Another double-double for him, 13 points, 14 rebounds, and another guy that should have had way more free throw attempts. I think he took all of them in the second half. He was getting mauled and hacked in the first half, and UConn wasn't getting the whistle. And shout out to Solo Ball, who was also playing hurt, and he scored 11 points and hit 3 threes. But I can't get the sour taste out of my mouth from the officiating last night, because I really do think UConn deserved better. Michigan goes 0 for 8, and maybe you could be lamenting that UConn didn't do enough. That they could have won this game. Because Michigan shot 0 for 8 from deep in the first half, and the Wolverines still led by 4. And again, I think a lot of that was because of the whistle. But also, UConn went 9 of 33 from deep. They hit 12 threes. That was a UConn program tournament record against Illinois in the Final Four. And they hit 9 out of 33. That's 27%. They just simply needed to hit more shots. And they didn't do it. And nobody's going to feel sorry for them. And I don't feel sorry for them. I feel sorry for them that the officiating was so brutal last night. That I think the main conversation of the game today is about the referees. You listen to any other show, you watch any TV shows, I guarantee you, they were probably talking about the officiating. That was the number one topic. Because it was terrible, it was one-sided, and it dictated the outcome of the game. But if UConn just hit, man, there's some of those chances, some of those wide open threes that they missed too. They really shot themselves in the foot. And they gave it a hell of a comeback at the end. But I'm excited to see what Dan Hurley's going to cook up next. And I know that Braylon Mullins, he's probably going to declare for the NBA draft. And his bounce, by the way, his athleticism. I don't think I realized earlier in the season just how impressive it was until you see him doing it against other NBA caliber players. When you see a ball carom off the rim and you see 5-6 guys go for the rebound and it's Braylon Mullins' head that rises above every one of them. Yeah, it's a 6'6" freshman. Kid's 19 years old and he basically was jumping out of the gym. So I think just that athleticism alone, on top of how great of a three-point shooter he became down the stretch here, that's going to get him to the NBA, whether it's in the early second round or late first round. Braylon Mullins was awesome. And he's probably going to leave, and Terrace Reed's gone, and Alex Caravan is gone. But if you don't think Dan Hurley's going to have this team competing for another national championship next year, then you're just a Dan Hurley hater. And there is many things to hate about Dan Hurley. Yeah, he's got the ego the size of an ocean. Right? He basically went to the brink of taking the Lakers job last summer before coming back to UConn, or 2 years ago, before coming back to UConn. And he's a lunatic on the sidelines. And he's got the eyes bulging out of his head every time they show him on the sidelines. He's animated. But he brings it, man. He is awesome for college basketball. Dan Hurley is college basketball. And I talked about Dusty May being a top 5 coach in the sport. For me, what he brings to his team, the winning he's done, 3 national title game appearances in the last 4 years, 2 championships. Dan Hurley is the best college coach right now in the men's game. He's number 1. And so just his acumen, his recruiting, the resources that they've given him at UConn because he's won and because he's brought in millions and millions and millions of dollars because of all the TV money they've earned from being in the Final Four. I mean, UConn, if they're not in the Final Four next year, it's because they probably lost to the team that goes to the title game. Like what happened last year. They lost in the second round to Florida by 2. Florida won the title. So how about that? In the last 4 years, UConn has either won the title or they've lost to the team who won the title. Last year, Florida in the second round. This year, obviously, in the title game to Michigan. So when Dan Hurley gets beat in March or in April, It's usually by the team that wins the championship. But I don't know what the strength of the Big East is going to be next year. It was a down year for the conference, and UConn played with their food down the stretch of this season, but they turned it on when it mattered most. That comeback against Duke was once in a lifetime. They thoroughly outplayed Illinois. And in a game where, again, our friends at BetMGM had it at 7.5 or 6.5, depending on when you got it. So it wasn't like it was like a David versus Goliath, but just about everybody thought Michigan was going to run away with that game. And UConn had many opportunities to win it. And again, I think if the officiating wasn't so one-sided, they would have won that game last night. So I got every belief that Dan Hurley and the UConn Huskies, they ain't going anywhere. So you better get used to them in March, and you better get used to them in April. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. 310-840-4910. We come back, we'll do a little fill in the blank, and I've been teasing it for a couple of segments, so I figured I'll probably pay it off when we come back. We've got somebody that has an answer for our producer, Brandon Combs, after he called Fernando Mendoza soft for planning to stay at home with his family rather than attend the NFL draft in Pittsburgh. We'll get to that when we come back, right here on BetMGM tonight. This is Westwood One Sports.
See you later. Bye. Dexter Lawrence wants out. He wants more money. Let someone else pay him. Goodbye. He's a very good player. I'm not disputing it. Again, the record, 36-79-1. And invariably, people will say, well, it's not he's not his fault. Look at the rest of the team. I get it. I understand. My point is that he's not this kind of transformational player that, like, they're going to win games because of him. They have been one of the, if not the worst teams in football with him. They can be bad without him. They don't need him to be bad. They can be bad without him. Or maybe, what a novel thought this is, maybe they can be good without him. Because Dexter Lawrence is such a good player, and because his contract is not one of the most cumbersome, it's not an albatross of a contract, there will be teams that will be very interested in Dexter Lawrence. So again, the point of this is not that he's bad at all. He's good. If the Giants can get a late first-round pick, let's say, and, Bill Zimmerman and Kenny Henderson, the Bears have been talked about, like their team. Could the Bears be interested? Yesterday we talked about, Nnamdi Madubuike may be coming back for the Baltimore Ravens, right? What if he doesn't? Would the Ravens trade the 14th overall pick for Dexter Lawrence and pair him with Trey Hendrickson on a reshaped defensive line as a piece for Jesse Minter? What about Jesse Minter's old team, the Los Angeles Chargers, who have a bleep ton of cap space and refuse to spend it because Joe Ortiz, the general manager, comes from Baltimore when they don't overspend. They have a huge amount of cap space. They had it last year and they have it now. Maybe they'd like to use some of it to try and win this year. Maybe Dexter Lawrence goes to Los Angeles and goes to the Chargers. The Giants should absolutely do this and get an extra first-round pick. North Carolina this season can absolutely be better than Duke. And I understand that Hubert Davis and North Carolina beat Duke in Coach K's final game in the Final Four. I understand that. But in the post-Coach K, let's call it post-Coach K, Roy Williams era, Like, I know that North Carolina won that game. I understand. Duke has been the better program, despite that. And I think even the most diehard North Carolina fan, if you gave them truth serum, would have to admit that Duke has been the better program. North Carolina can be better than Duke. The way that it happens is if Carolina spends the money that Duke spends. That's how it happens. Because if the talent is somewhat equivalent, right? So you look at Duke and you look at Carolina and you say, look, like, you know, obviously, like Carolina had Caleb Wilson, right? And he's a great player. Duke better than North Carolina this year. Fair to say? I think so. If we get to next year in the ACC and Carolina is better, the same, or slightly worse than Duke, talent-wise, here would be my question to everybody. Who do you trust more at the end of a close game? John Shire, who has to beat the allegations. Remember what I said last Monday after Duke blew it against UConn in the East Regional Final. I think Shire will win a national championship at Duke. I think he will. But until that happens, the questions will be there about his ability to close out big games and not oversee absolute mind-numbing, soul-crushing collapses. Who are you going to trust at the end of these games? John Shire or NBA champion Michael Malone?
Game goes live. The conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Take any and all of your calls, your takeaways from Michigan beating UConn in the men's national championship game last night. All right, we'll get you some score updates in just a bit. But before we get to fill in the blank with producer Brandon Combs, Combs had one of the most insane rants I've ever heard in my life earlier in the show, where we got the news today that the guy who's without a shadow of a doubt going to be the number one overall pick in the NFL draft in, 16 days away here, Fernando Mendoza. He is not going to attend the NFL draft in Pittsburgh in person. Instead, he's going to be with his family in Miami celebrating getting drafted number one overall by the Las Vegas Raiders. And this is nothing new. Trevor Lawrence did it. Baker Mayfield did it. Myles Garrett did it. So it's nothing new. And Combs said that Fernando Mendoza is soft. He is soft for not going to Pittsburgh. You're the number one draft pick. You have to be there. And also said to hell with his family for not forcing him to go to Pittsburgh. Well, Combs, you have a response to that. Somebody that has texted into the show, and they texted their name as R8R fan, which for a second threw me through a freaking loop. But then if you just say it quickly, Raider fan, which I actually think is, I guess that's pretty cool. R8R fan, Raider fan. And so Raider fan says, I couldn't care less if he stays at home. This is a stupid take. Woof. What do you have to say to a Raider fan who I asked? I said, any Raiders fans? Because you said the Raiders fans deserve more. They deserve better than that. They're one of the most rabid fan bases on the planet. You don't think they're going to be upset that Fernando Mendoza is not going to show up to the NFL draft and walk down the stage and shake Roger Goodell's hand and do one of those awkward dap-up bro hugs? Well, we have a Raider fan saying they couldn't care less if he stays at home. Your response to Raider fan?
Well, first of all, he texted in or she, might be a she, not sure. Texted in a photo. It's actually their license plate. And they're from Oregon. and they're from Oregon. It's an Oregon license plate. So, take it with a grain of salt, I guess.
Does that make so? Well, hold on. Is this a shot at Oregon? Or is this...
are SAWFT soft, just like our guy Fernando Mendoza is for not going to the draft.
We got listeners in Oregon. You're calling out the whole state of Oregon now? You're calling out Fernando Mendoza? Is there anybody else who'd like to attack
only Raiders
here?
fans that live in Oregon. Only Raiders fans that live in Oregon are soft. I just for a dumb license plate. I mean, for real, you can. I mean, that's what you come up with. You pay an extra $150 to get a license plate, and that's what you come up with.
Is that what that costs? $150 to personalize a license plate?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could think of a lot cooler things to do. You know what? My one friend who I play tennis with, and I talk to him basically every day. He's got a personalized license plate, and I'm not surprised. So I guess that goes to tell you about the people that do personalize their license plates. I mean, again, hey, if you got all the money, man, and $150 is chump change, have at it. But
hey. Sometimes you get a good one, somebody who knows what they're doing. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen anybody that owns a Hummer, but it says Hummer on the bumper and the license plate sits above it. I know somebody whose license plate was I'd love a. See, I mean, sometimes you just get a clever license plate, and that one's just not one of them, though. Sorry.
Okay. So now you're calling out the entire state of Oregon.
No. Only Raiders fans from Oregon.
Raiders fans from Oregon, people that personalize their license plates, Fernando Mendoza and his entire bloodline, calling them soft and that he doesn't deserve to be the number 1 overall draft pick because he's not going to Pittsburgh for the draft.
Again, look, I'm good enough at making enemies without you trying to make more enemies for me. It's not everybody in Oregon. It's just Raiders fans in Oregon. Specifically this one. And it's not everybody with personalized license plates, just people with stupid ones like that one.
Okay. And it's not Fernando Mendoza and his entire bloodline? Were you sparing one of his cousins?
I mean, maybe. I mean, if they think it'd be better for him to go to the draft than to be there, then yeah. But I mean, what do we need to see him at home for? I mean, we've seen what some of these memes look like when these guys stay at home. Do you remember Russell Wilson's girlfriend and what she looked like when he stayed home?
Well, she thought she was getting. Russ. She thought she was set for life in that picture. She was ready to latch on and dig her claws in. And Russell Wilson said, nope, see ya. Ciara, I want those goodies.
Yeah. Let's see how well that worked out. I mean, come on, Fernando. What are we doing, buddy? What are we doing? You really want to be at home with mom and pop when you could be, Sierra. I can't see Sierra with no mama's boy. That's for sure.
Who said he's a mama's boy? What if he's a daddy's boy?
Either way, even worse.
I got a problem with that, Combs, because, the more and more I think about it, the more and more I would probably want to be at home with my family because I don't need all that crap. I don't need all that garbage. Actually, you know what? I probably would be there. I'd be there with a $100,000 suit. I'd be there with the ice. I'd look like Cam Scattaboo.
For sure. I was going to say, I've seen your photo on the BetMGM Tonight page. You would have been there with like 4 chains hanging out of the suit. You would have had like the turtleneck under the suit. You would have been that guy for sure. 110%.
That's right.
You would have been.
You nailed it 100%. I have a turtleneck that I wear with a suit when I call some Rutgers games, and I do have the chain that hangs out. And look, man, you got to make a statement sometimes. And if I had an extra couple $100,000 to really bedazzle that ice, then yeah, you bet your ass I would. But
do you rock the fanny pack too, like classic rock? You rock the fanny pack?
I don't know if I'd rock the fanny pack now. I mean, who knows? You could bring anything back. The good thing about fashion is it's cyclical. You get somebody with money and fame that puts it on, other people will follow. People are sheep. But you know what? Fernando Mendoza's not a sheep, Combs, because he's going to stay at home with his family. He don't give a damn what you think. He's going to tell you to shove it. He's going to tell you to shove it where the sun don't shine. And I still think it's one of the most insane takes I've ever heard, but you are sticking to it. And I guess if nothing else, I guess I got to give you credit for that. All right, let's do a little fill in the blank here. What do you got for me?
All right, the officiating in the championship game last night was blank.
One-sided and pathetic. Again, I've talked about it last segment. I thought it was brutal. I thought the hook and hold on Caravan at the end of the first half where he gets called for a flagrant one. Anytime Silas Demery laid a finger on Elliot Cadeau, it was a foul. Michigan and UConn both played physical. They both wanted to get to the cup because neither could make a three for most of the game. And Michigan just kept getting free throws, and UConn was barely getting any. So I thought the officiating was pathetically one-sided in favor of Michigan.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think it was tough. That's the word I would go with. I'm not going to blame the officiating for the loss there. I'm going to, blame UConn's lack of execution. You hit your shots, hit your free throws. Put the ball in the hoop. I mean, you cannot. Like, we say it all the time. I'm a big UFC guy. I'm a big MMA guy, and the big thing that we always say is you can't leave it to the judges. You want to put somebody out, and you want to leave no doubt in anybody's mind. Knock the guy out. Make him submit. That's the way that you win. And UConn didn't do that. And you can put it on the officials if you want to, but I love the road that Danny Hurley took after the game. I thought it was a classy move by Danny Hurley. The answer was complete class. And I know Danny Hurley. I think I like him even more than I did heading into that game after listening to that answer. So I'm with him. You play the game. If you can't go back and blame the officials.
Okay. All right. I disagree.
Shocker. Cubs losing Cade Horton to season-ending elbow surgery is blank.
I'll go with painful. It's painful. It's not catastrophic. I mean, Cade Horton he's a nice young pitcher, right? He's only 24 years old, and last year was a really good starter for them with a 2.67 ERA across 22 starts. He's not an all-star. I mean, maybe he could have been an all-star this year. Maybe you thought that. So I won't go as catastrophic as losing. Again, their pitching staff, I just don't think is that great. But it's definitely painful because Justin Steele is out for another couple of months here. Matthew Boyd's on the IL as well. So the Cubs pitching rotation is so shorthanded right now. So it feels like, I'll give you a different word, is another gut punch. Cubs losing Cade Horton to season-ending elbow surgery is another gut punch. I wouldn't say catastrophic because I still think they can make the playoffs. I don't know if can the Cubs win a World Series without Cade Horton? Probably. Yeah. I don't know if they will, but it's another gut punch for sure because you're not getting him back for the whole year, and there was so much promise after what he showed last year. So it's painful.
It's a good old kick in the Richard, is what it is.
Yep.
You sit there with Jed Hoyer, and this is something people are like, oh, you can't blame Jed for this. Look, I said this in January. Hell, I've said this for the last couple of years. Jed's got to make the move to go out and shore up the rotation. Jed's got to be the one that makes sure that the depth is there. Because, sure, can you foresee a UCL injury? No. Especially to a guy who probably could have been a clear number one for you this year. I mean, kid was already starting off where he left off last year. Cade Horton was already a quality start in his first outing. He only got to pitch an inning and a third in his second outing before the injury. So I think Cade Horton, I think this is a bigger loss than what you think it might be. Cade Horton was a guy who probably would have been the 2 right behind Edward Cabrera, if not the 1A to Edward Cabrera. Would have been a nice 1-2 punch, especially once Justin Steele comes back, and now you lose him the same way that you lost Justin Steele last year. This is a huge blow for this Cubs rotation, and especially after, just a couple of months after, not going and signing, Zach Gallen while he's still a free agent, allowing him to go back to Arizona on a 1-year, $20 million deal when you absolutely positively could have shored up the bullpen or the rotation to the point where this doesn't hurt as much, and instead now now you've got, look, and Assad had a great game tonight. Assad pitched a hell of a game tonight. If you're telling me that you're going into the playoffs with a 3-man rotation of Cabrera, Steele, Assad, I'm not as excited as I would have if it was Cabrera, Horton, and probably Zach Gallen or Steele. You know what I mean? So to me, this is on Jed Hoyer for not doing what he should have done in the offseason, for not shoring up this rotation. Sure, they've got some depth. They've got some guys coming up. Jackson Wiggins, another big star coming up out of the minor leagues. But he's not ready yet, which is why you haven't called him up. So it's a big blow, man. It really is.
Yeah, big blow. Yeah, I mean, that's a good way to put it. It's a good way to put it. And, at least you'll have the excuses ready, when the Cubs miss the playoffs this year.
I'm going to, you know what? This is what we're doing. This is what we're doing. Okay.
It's gonna be a long Combs. It might be a really long summer for you. I just want to prepare you.
I mean, look, if Monty's right because he thinks that the pitching's going to be just fine, then the Cubs are going to be just fine because this offense is going to be just fine, and they proved it tonight in Tampa Bay, where they're finally hitting in warm weather, finally hitting in a dome, doing what they need to do. As this weather warms up, these bats are going to warm up, and the Cubs will be just fine offensively. My concern is the pitching. Monty seems to think they're going to be fine, so I think the Cubs still going to be fine in the long haul. We're 11 games in, Pat. Calm down.
Okay. All right. Give me one more here. Give me one more quick one.
All right. The Bears' new stadium will be built in blank.
I still think it's going to be built in Arlington Heights, in Illinois, right? It's Arlington Heights. We got an update. We got an update on this the other day that, Northwest Indiana is plotting one more final attempt here after it seemed like a couple of weeks ago that the talks were that it was going to go to Arlington Heights in the suburbs of Illinois, not too far out of Chicago. But Northwest Indiana, they're really giving everything they got here to try to get the Bears to move there. I still think it's going to be Arlington Heights. I still think it's going to be in Illinois.
Yeah, that's my gut too, is Arlington Heights. I personally would prefer the Northwest Indiana just because it's closer. It's a closer drive for me in the south suburbs of Chicago. Like being on the south side of the city, a 15, 20-minute drive for me to Hammond, Indiana. I would love that. It's an hour for me to Arlington Heights, plus tolls and all this stuff. I don't got to worry about that if I'm going to Hammond, Indiana. So I prefer the Northwest Indiana. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I know some Bears fans think that that's blasphemy, but I think that the stadium in Northwest Indiana will give the Bears a lot of leeway, especially with the money that they would be spending there as opposed to Arlington Heights.
Okay. All right. Very good. Combs only cares about his own interests. That's not a surprise. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. When we come back, right, we got a lot of scoreboard updates to give you here since we have not mentioned a lot of the games going on right now, but we are your nightly Central Sports Hub, so we do promise to give you some scoreboard updates and some instant reactions to some games coming down to the wire in the NBA and in Major League Baseball. I'll do that when we come back. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
If you don't think Kirk Cousins is starting week 1 for the Raiders, assuming health, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you're dim-witted. I don't know how else to put it. Kirk Cousins did not get like a 1-year, $7 million deal. He's getting $20 million. $20 million. He's starting to begin the year for the Raiders. 100%. Unless he's not healthy. Kirk Cousins is going to start. And I hate that. And I can appreciate the counters that people have to that, which are, like Mendoza. Like it's a college offense that he ran. And I don't mean that as an insult. They won the national title. But tons of RPOs. It was not a pro-style scheme that Mendoza ran. And then you have Clint Kubiak, who's running a variant of like the Shanahan scheme and what his dad ran, obviously. And look, there will be a learning curve for Fernando Mendoza. So I understand the thought process of don't throw him to the Wolves. I disagree with that. You're going to take him first overall. Let him play. Let him learn. Let him work through it. If he's good enough to be the top overall pick, he'll figure it out. Now, whether or not Mendoza starts in week 1, I think it's important for me to say this. I think Fernando Mendoza is going to be a really good NFL quarterback. And I think the partnership between Mendoza and Clint Kubiak is going to bear fruit. I would be pretty surprised if at some point early on in the Mendoza-Kubiak partnership that the Las Vegas Raiders were not at least contenders in the final weeks of the regular season for a wild card spot, if not more. I think Mendoza's going to be a stud, and I have optimism in what Clint Kubiak will be as a head coach, and obviously we know he's a very good offensive play caller. It's just not going to be this year. Like to quote Vince McMahon, the Raiders will be good, but not tonight, but not this year. Everyone is bitching and moaning about the officiating as if that's the reason that Connecticut lost this game last night. Connecticut lost the game because Connecticut wasn't good enough, period, end of story, to take advantage of a zillion opportunities presented to it in the form of Michigan not playing well in the game. Think about all the things that happened for UConn in the game. Michigan shot 13% from 3. UConn made 7 more threes than Michigan did. UConn had more rebounds. UConn had more assists. And Michigan's best player was hurt. Not playing at 100%. All of these things happened, and UConn still lost. How about this? In the history of the NCAA tournament, OptaStats credit for this. Teams are 1-50 all time when they score under 70 points, shoot under 40% from the field, and shoot under 15% from 3 on 15 or more attempts, and get out rebounded. The one in 1-50, Michigan, last night. You want to tell the truth about what happened about last night's game? While everybody is in a rush and he's the best. And this run for UConn has been majestic and marvelous, and we're going to credit them. We're going to credit them. But if you're going to tell the truth about this game, you need to say UConn blew it.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
What you know about that? What you know about that? Welcome back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. All right, we're your nightly Central Sports Hub here. let's get you caught up on some of the big games going on in the world of sports. Only a couple of really meaningful NBA games tonight. Couple of days left to go in the regular season. Everybody's waiting for the playoffs. Everybody's waiting for the play-in tournament. Well, we still have a couple of key seeds up for grabs. Let's start with a game that is just about wrapping up here. Key seeding game in the Eastern Conference. The Raptors blowing out the Miami Heat, 117-95 with less than a minute to go. Scott Barnes with a big game for the Raptors, 25 points, 8 rebounds, and 5 assists. Brandon Ingram's also got 23 points. And this is huge for Toronto because they entered the night only a half a game ahead of the Sixers, the Hornets, and the Magic for that 6th and final spot in the Eastern Conference. Top 6 make the playoffs. Otherwise, you're in the play-in tournament. And so the Raptors, they lost this game. They would have fallen into the play-in tournament. They're going to win by at least 20 points, and they are going to give themselves a big boost into avoiding that play-in tournament. Meanwhile, for the Miami Heat, this almost automatically, this almost guarantees they're going to the play-in tournament because they enter the night trailing the Raptors by 2 games. Now they're going to be 3 games back of Toronto with just 3 games left to play. Well, actually, for the Heat, they only have 2 games left after this. So I think this would mathematically guarantee the Miami Heat are going to be in the play-in tournament. Once again, not a surprise. And it looks like they're probably going to end up being the 10 seed. And so they're going to have to go on the road and win 2 games in a row just to get into the playoffs. And so it's been another tough season for Miami. But as a Knicks fan, here I am, laughing about it. So the Raptors blow out the Miami Heat. All right, right now in Boston, this is a big one. And there is seeding on the line, and there is bragging rights on the line. And right now, it is the Charlotte Hornets, a team that I have adopted as my little stepbrother. As a diehard Knicks fan, I got the Knicks shirt on. If you're watching on YouTube or on Twitter at BetMGM tonight, I love the Hornets. And I've adopted them as my stepbrother ever since they went on their run in January. They were 16-28. Since then, they're 27-8. And they crushed the Celtics last month before Jason Tatum came back. Then Tatum came back and they played each other last week or just over a week ago in Charlotte, and the Celtics won by double digits. Hornets trying to beat Boston in Boston again. It's 84-80. Hornets lead it late third quarter. LaMelo Ball has 36 points. 36. Jaylen Brown's got 23. I've been watching this game. I was watching the Yankees as well, but I turned them off because they can't even freaking hit the A's. And so I've had the Hornets and Celtics game on. Jason Tatum struggled big time in the first half. He was getting into it, jawing with the Hornets center, Moussa Diabate. They were, close to getting a couple of flagrants there. They was really close to turning into a brawl. Tatum has picked it up since. He's got 16 points now, but the Celtics going to have to come back here to beat the Hornets. And again, like I said, Charlotte in a 3-way tie right now, right on the outside looking in for a top 6 spot in the East. And so they lose this game. That is a massive blow to their chances of avoiding the play-in tournament. And meanwhile, the Pistons have already locked up the 1 seed. So for the Celtics, I think they can mathematically, or they can come very close. They can come within 1 game of mathematically ensuring that they're the 2 seed in the East if they win this one. And then that's really it. No, nothing really worth mentioning in the final scores. The Timberwolves beat up on the Pacers, but Minnesota, they got a lot of work to do here. They got to win out to move up. They're probably going to be the 6th seed in the West. You got a couple of big games later. Thunder play the Lakers, but no LeBron, no Luka, no Austin Reeves. The Thunder are 18-point favorites after they just annihilated the Lakers by 43 last week. And you got the Rockets and the Suns. That's a big one. That's not coming up for another hour or so. And then really quickly, let's just give you a score for Major League Baseball. The Dodgers still lead the Blue Jays. It's 4-1 in the bottom of the 9th. Last licks for Toronto. They're on the brink of suffering their 6th straight loss. And the Dodgers are 2 outs away from winning their 5th straight game. It was a masterful performance from Yoshi Yamamoto. 6 innings, 1 run allowed. And the Blue Jays, they can't beat the Dodgers. They can't beat anybody right now. Speaking of my New York Yankees, well, they actually could find a way to hit. All I had to do was turn the game off. They just scored 4 runs in the bottom of the 8th, thanks to a 3-run shot from Ahmed Rosario. So they now lead the A's. We'll get you more scoreboard updates when we come back, and we'll do hot or cold. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
you'd be wrong. He's been consistently the better player between the two. Although, listen, I run my simulations as well. It's not all vibes over here. And an interesting thing that the simulations spit out is that Bryson has better win equity overall than John Rahm. But when you start going down the list, top 5 percentage, top 10, 20, 30, made cut percentage, John Rahm smokes him in everything else. Because when Bryson peaks, he's really hard to beat. My issue with Bryson at Augusta is when you take a look at his style of game, it's driving and putting. Kind of crappy chipper, and his irons are wildly inconsistent. You can't win the Masters with wildly inconsistent irons. This is what has happened to him over the course of the past 2 years. He's come no worse than 6th in either of the past 2 years. But the moment his irons get away from him, and they always do, all of a sudden, he's not so good anymore, because especially off these tight surfaces, he's just not that good around the greens. Maybe he'll chip in every now and then, but it always rears its ugly head at the worst times. I remember 2 years ago when he was the first round leader, carried the sign on his back. Everyone was all fired up for Bryson. Once it dried out, those were very wet conditions, and he'll play better at Augusta if it is wet. If it's ever a rainy Masters, take a look at Bryson. This year, no rain, no wind in the forecast. It's going to be firm. It's going to be fast. And I do not trust his irons or his around the green. Could he do it? Yeah, of course he could. He's Bryson. He's an amazing player. Gets it together for 4 days. That's not where my money would be going. It would be versus the two, even in a head-to-head. It would be on John Rahm, just because his median outcome is so much better than Bryson's, especially with the way that he's playing right now.
Dusty May is unbelievable. And I think the only coach that you can say right now in college basketball might be, let's say if Hurley's going to be one, the only argument would be for second best over Dusty May is Rick Pitino. That's it. And if you wanted to argue Rick Pitino, I get it. I would totally understand that. We can talk about some of the others, right? Does anyone want to put John Shire in this rarefied air? John Shire, some people are addicted to booze. Some people are addicted to weed. Some people are addicted to sex. John Shire is addicted to blowing games in the NCAA tournament that his team should win. You want to put John Shire? I'm sure he can get there. He's not there now. Would you rather have Tom Izzo or Dusty May? Not an insult to Tom Izzo to say I'd rather have Dusty May. Tommy Lloyd or Dusty May. Tommy Lloyd is still looking for the license plate of the truck that ran them over on Saturday night. Matt Painter, Bill Self, great coach, great recruiter. I think Dusty May's a better in-game coach. Brad Underwood, TJ Otzelberger. I'll take Dusty May over basically anyone that isn't named Danny Hurley. And given the age, right? So if you had to pick one right now for your program, you would take Dusty May over Rick Pitino. Because Pitino's in his 70s. Pitino's great. But I think you would take May right now if you were starting a program.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 5 starts right now. We got 1 hour to go. We take you from 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern every Monday through Friday. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of affiliates throughout North America. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Gave you a bunch of scoreboard updates last segment. We'll get you some more in a little bit. But it is hour number 5. It's a staple here for the final hour of BetMGM Tonight. We like to kick it off with a little hot or cold. And we get producer Brandon Combs into the mix. Combs, what's going on, brother? How about my Yankees? A little Ahmed Rosario magic in the bottom of the 8th. They were down 3-1 against the A's. Now they're up 5-3. Yanks looking good. Your Cubbies put a beat down on the Rays 9-2, softened the blow of the unfortunate big blow that is the season-ending injury to Cade Horton. So, you know, it's a good night. Your Cubbies are almost back at 500.
I see what you're doing, Pat. And
I'm giving the facts.
I mean, look, I will punch you in your throat, without hesitation, just so you know. So we can go with hot or cold now.
Well, it's a good thing you're in Chicago, and it'd be tough to get your fist all the way to the New York City area.
Yeah, but I mean, look, I'm a Marine. I've got ways.
Oh, you're going to hunt me down? I will hunt you down.
I will hunt you down. It's like I tell my daughters, you know, so she's had 3 boyfriends at her time in high school. And
you said 3 boyfriends at a time. I was going to say, oh my God, you let that go on?
And you're stupid. I will. Yeah. They will never find you, Pat.
I really misheard you there.
Yeah. So, but anyway, I mean, that goes into the story that I give, you know, the boy is that, look, I'm the type of dad that if you call me at 3 a.m. because you're in trouble, I will help you hide a body. But if you hurt my daughter, you need to remember that I know how to hide a body. So, and she hates when I give that speech.
Yeah, well, that is the key. That is the impact. That's the weight you hold as a former Marine. I don't know if you want to be announcing that to the national airwaves, but
I mean, I would never actually act on it, obviously.
No,
never. I mean, you know, little teenagers, they don't know, they don't realize that. So, you know, we've never had a problem. So, I like to think it's because of the speech.
You gotta be firm and hard right from the get-go, so they know there's no shenanigans. There's no sneaking up to the second floor at night, crawling into your daughter's, through her window. None of that's going to happen because there will be consequences.
We go full 50 Cent on them. Full 50 Cent on them. I don't know if you've ever seen that movie.
Oh, I have. Great movie.
Yeah. Full 50 Cent on them. I think another Bad Boys did a scene like that too, which was also great.
All right. What do you got for hot or cold?
All right.
By the way, Monty in our show chat, our video producer Monty said, I'm going to be calling you for that speech in about 15 years.
That's
I don't know. Monty can't flex the former Marine, but he can say, hey, I know a Marine. And he can come here real quick.
Yeah, look, the great Al Capone here in Chicago once said, "Don't mistake my kindness for weakness. Because if you cross me, weak is not what you'll remember about me."
Love that. You got all the quotes up your sleeve.
Yeah, it's where it's at, man. It's where it's at. All right, hot or cold? Luka going to Europe to have his leg looked at signifies that he is done for the season?
I'm going to go cold. I don't know if it signifies that he's done for the season. I mean, he's definitely not coming back before game one of the playoffs, which the Lakers, they're not in the play-in tournament. They could drop. I still think they mathematically could drop all the way to the 6th seed if they lose out, which is a absolute possibility because it's not only Luka, now Austin Reeves is done for 4 to 6 weeks or 2 to 4 weeks with an oblique strain. So, I mean, you want to talk about catastrophic injuries right at the end of a season. And their schedule ain't easy. You know, they play OKC tonight in about 30 minutes. They're probably going to get absolutely blown off the court because they lost by 43 to the Thunder with all those guys playing and Luka getting hurt in the third quarter. Then they got to play Golden State on Thursday. And Golden State's they're almost certainly going to be the 10 seed. And they're going to be in the play-in tournament, but Steph Curry is back, and I would think the Warriors are treating this last week basically like their mini playoff games because all of a sudden next week it's win or go home for their season. So they could absolutely lose that, and then they play the Phoenix Suns, who are trying to lock down the 7th seed in the West and make sure that they have home court advantage for that first play-in game and if they have to play another play-in game as well. And then they'll finish against Utah, but it might not matter at that point. The Lakers right now, they've got a 1-game cushion ahead of the Houston Rockets, 3.5-game cushion on the Timberwolves. So in all reality, the Lakers will probably be the 5 seed, and they probably will not have home court advantage against the Rockets in the first round if that ends up being the matchup. But yeah, I don't know. I think this is a case of Luka probably just saying, hey, I'm going to go back home and I'm going to get some specialized advanced stem cell treatment and see if I can get some Eastern European voodoo doctor magic here to get me ready to go for the playoffs. If anything, I think it means he's trying everything he can to play in the postseason, to play in the first round of the playoffs, because a grade 2 hamstring strain is typically about 4 to 6 weeks recovery. That would knock him out at least through the first round if they even advance. So I say cold. I think he's doing everything he can to try to play. I don't think this is a, hey guys, thanks, I'm out. I'm going to go to Europe and I'm going to go home and be with my daughters and see you in the summer. I think he's doing everything he can to try to suit up and play. So I'm going to go cold here.
See, I think that you hit the nail on the head there at the end, right? Going home, seeing my daughters. This is a season where he's played. He's clearly not on the same page with the head coach. He's clearly not on the same page with what LeBron's doing and JJ Redick and this whole thing. He knows that at the end of this year, it's all done. It's going to be his team. He's dealing with everything with the separation from the mother of his children, wanting to be near them. It's closer to home. He's not coming back this season, and he knows it. He knows even if he did come back this season, he wouldn't be at 100% health, and this team's probably getting knocked out in the first round anyway. So what's the point in coming back with this grade 2 hamstring? Let's chalk it up. Let's suit it up for next year. Let's get everything ready to go when it's going to be my team. I'm going to be the leader. Hopefully we'll have a new head coach, and I'll get to spend some time with my daughters while we go through all of this stuff that we're going through. I think that's why you go back to Europe, to do what you're doing at this juncture, because you don't plan on coming back.
I don't think so. Didn't Kobe Bryant go to Germany to get some PRP treatment back in 2011 and 2013 to try to half the recovery time?
Was Kobe Bryant from Europe? Was Kobe Bryant from Europe? Was Kobe Bryant going through a divorce and his children living in Europe where he was going to get his leg looked at? Was Kobe Bryant? You know what I mean? Like that, it's a completely different scenario. Luka's going home to be near his children. Luka's going to go get this leg looked at because he's not coming back. I 110% believe that Luka is done for the season. If they make the second round, maybe, if he's 100% healthy, but I don't think I don't think that's going to happen. And 2, I just think he's done, and I think he wants to be near his kids while they're going through everything.
Well, you mentioned Kobe Bryant. Is he from Europe? He grew up in Italy. He lived in Italy for most of his young childhood. So,
but come on. Stop it! You're reaching now.
What do you mean? Stop it! His dad played in the Italian league. All right.
All right, but where was his family at the time?
Italy.
In LA. His wife, his daughters, Where were they? In L.A. Yeah,
whatever,
and
man.
good point, Monty. Is it Elite Germany?
No, but I don't know where else his dad played off the top of my head. I just know that he grew up in Italy, and so he probably made connections with certain, I don't know, the doctor that he used for the PRP. Maybe when his dad was playing, maybe that doctor was in Italy and then went to Germany. I have no idea. I get everything you're saying about his family and his daughters and the divorce he's going through and wanting to be with his family, or his daughters at least, not the mother of his children. But like, he's going to get stem cell treatment to try to cut the recovery time in half. He's not going home to try to make up for lost time with his daughters here. He's going to Europe to try to suit up to play in the playoffs.
Do you believe Germany's medicine is better than what he could have received here in the United States?
I don't know. Probably.
Yeah. No. Okay.
You think that we're the leaders in everything, medicinal on the medical front?
But I'm just saying, like I don't know that it would necessarily be better care, cheaper for sure, not better, more affordable.
Okay, all right. Here's a wild story that has come out here just in the last couple of hours. So I'm going to give you a quick premise. So I believe it was the New York Post. They were the ones that first reported it. Yeah, from page 6 of the New York Post. Posted photographs of Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel and athletic reporter Diana Rossini at a resort in Arizona. And it's not the same resort where last week's NFL annual meeting occurred. And in the photos, they're hugging. And they're not like holding hands, like walking, like a couple would do, but they're holding hands and kind of like embracing like a friendly, I don't know, whatever you would call that moment. And there's another photo of them in a pool at a hotel resort in Arizona, and there was really nobody else in that photograph. And so Mike Vrabel has already given a comment to the New York Post. And he said, quote, these photos, or he gave the statement, quote, these photos show a completely innocent interaction and any suggestion otherwise is laughable. This doesn't deserve any further response. Diana Rossini also gave the New York Post a statement and said, or her statement read, quote, the photos don't represent the group of 6 people who were hanging out during the day. Like most journalists in the NFL, reporters interact with sources away from stadiums and other venues. I didn't see anybody else in those photos. I didn't see any other friends. All I see is Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel sharing some time together. Mike Vrabel has a wife, and he's got 2 kids. Diana Rossini has a husband and has 2 kids. I'm not insinuating anything. I'm just going off of what those photographs clearly portrayed. And that was pretty friendly. There's a pretty friendly gesture there between the two of them. So I'll ask you, Combs, hot or cold, Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel getting like TMZ style photographed, holding hands and hugging is not a big deal. Hot or cold?
So it's a big deal in the form of what they're doing to their spouses and to their families, right? Like, I mean, it's brutal. It's a brutal thing to go through. I don't think it should be a big deal. Like the fact that somebody took these pictures and then posted them. Like, I mean, you're a bag, and if you're doing this to because this is gonna get some play. What are you doing? It's none of your business. It's none of my business whether or not Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel are doing whatever it is that they're doing. They want to do that. Their spouses, they've got families. They've got to explain that, and they've got to live with that themselves. But to sit there and try to gain from it, to try to get the exposure. This is going to sell. This is going to be good for our publication. Like, stop. Like, you're going to ruin 2 people's lives for. I mean, obviously, what they're doing it's It's scummy because that's not innocent. What I'm watching there is not innocent. What I'm watching there is two people that got caught and are now trying to backpedal and be like, I got to explain this to my wife. Oh, I got to explain this to my husband. Yeah, well, yeah, you might have done that before you got caught. But now that you got caught, you got to do some backpedaling. Look, it's brutal. I feel bad for Mike's wife and their kids and Diana's husband and their kids, and if Diana and Mike are happy together, go do your thing. But man, to put this out there, like I think it's a scummy thing to do.
Okay, but you are of the belief that this is not just a friendly professional interaction between these two.
Oh, dude, look, peel back the curtain a little bit. I've been in this situation.
You're on your third marriage. You are an expert in this field.
There's a reason why my second marriage ended. And so this one hits a little close to home, but what they're doing is not friendly. And so they definitely got caught. They definitely got busted for sure. I have zero doubt in my mind.
Yeah, look, I mean, I'm an optimist, and I'm overly believing in people, so I guess I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. The photos definitely do not look good. The photos do not look good. But
you're going to look foolish. Do not give them the benefit of the doubt. I can promise you, without a shadow of a doubt, that these two just got caught.
I'm going to be honest. If I was
the comment I saw on Twitter was pretty much spot on. Where he said, she told her husband, "Don't worry, he's just a friend."
Yeah, and that's if I'm putting myself in either one of their spouse's shoes, it don't look great. Mm-hmm. Don't look great because I have no idea what goes on in these people's lives. Like you said, it is brutal that it got put out there because you got somebody that's sneaking around in the freaking bushes of this resort and they saw, that Mike Vrabel? Is that Diana Rossini? Oh, let me make some money off this. Let me send this into the New York Post here and see if I can make a nice payday off this photo. I mean, literally, I said TMZ style photograph. That's what TMZ has done for years, right? I mean, it's unfortunate. Like, you want to be a celebrity, you want to have the fame that comes with that. Sometimes you're going to have some weirdos sneaking around in bushes looking to take photos of you when you think nobody's around. And, most of the time it's harmless, but if you are getting caught doing something you shouldn't be doing, then it's going to be there for the world to see. And we live in this social media age where literally it happens in minutes and it just blows up quickly. But again, I would like to give them the benefit of the doubt and say that there is hopefully not much to this. But, again, they were quick to put out statements. They were very quick to put out statements. So I'm sure their phones were blowing up. Yeah, I'm sure their phones were blowing up from... Saw me at the Arizona resort. Wasn't me. Said they caught me on a camera. It wasn't me.
There were six of us hugging like that. Yeah, that's called a party, all right.
Yeah, they were right there. They didn't take the photos of the friends. They cropped the friends out. I said, if I put myself in the shoes of their spouses, I would not be happy to see those photos and then have everybody on the internet talking about my family and my wife or my husband. Not great.
And as your kids get older, so when it's on the internet, man, it doesn't go away. So as your kids get older, they have to see that stuff too, man. It's just it's a bad situation. That's why I don't think that when people put stuff like this out, they don't think about the full effect. They don't think broad spectrum. They're just like, oh, cool, let me put this out. Great. Not only did you just ruin two marriages, which looked like they were probably pretty much over anyway, but now you put it out there for when these kids grow up to get to see what their dad and what their mom were doing. It's something that maybe they never needed to know.
Well, do you think the marriages are ruined?
I would assume so. I mean, look, sometimes you can bounce back from it. Some people bounce back from this stuff. I mean, for me, nah. No. Yeah, you might as well stay in Arizona.
Combs, I don't know if Mike Vrabel, I don't know. I have no idea what Mike Vrabel's wife does. I think we Googled Diana Rossini's husband. He's like an executive for like Shake Shack or something. So he might be He might be pretty well off. He might be way more well off than Diana Rossini. But Mike Vrabel's wife, no idea what she does. But I can't. I wouldn't speculate that she's making more money than Mike Vrabel or anything near that. So you might be in a position where you. What?
I said, well, she's about to.
Get a good lawyer. Get a good lawyer. But look, man, have you ever considered maybe open relationship? You know,
hey, if so, good on them. If so, good on them. You know, at that point, Mike, your wife got a sister. I mean, I don't know.
Okay, let's move on. What else you got?
You want to go with another one? Or you want to go to break?
Let's do another one.
Jed Hoyer is the most overrated GM in baseball. Hot or cold?
That's a tough one for me to answer. You know him. You know of all the moves he's made a lot closer than I do. So I don't know if I can give you an answer. I'll speak to you one that I know a lot of folks love to throw out every single year when it comes to one of the highest profile teams in North American professional sports, and that's Brian Cashman. A lot of people say that Brian Cashman is super overrated, and I would say he's not. I would say I think Brian Cashman is one of the best executives and GMs in all of sports, and that if you look at how the New York Yankees have operated over the last couple of years, yes, they're at the top or near the top of the payroll for Major League Baseball, but Hal Steinbrenner, the owner of the Yankees, and Yankees ownership has quite publicly talked about hey, we have shareholders and we have sponsors and we got to be, we can't just build a $400 million payroll as much as we'd love to. So the Yankees actually don't spend as much money as, of course, all their fans think that they should. And so I think Brian Cashman, to a certain extent, has to try to be savvy and has to try to make moves. And I think that it's very easy to say, oh, well, the Yankees haven't won a World Series since 2009, and they've only been in one since 2009. I think Brian Cashman is actually a pretty damn good GM, all things considered. I mean, the Yankees have young talent every single year. Look at Cam Schlittler. Look at Ben Rice. The dude's hitting nearly 400 so far in the early going. So I can't give you a great answer on Jed Hoyer, but I'll let you answer because I got a feeling I know what the answer is going to be.
Yeah, look, I've been out on Jed Hoyer for a while. The guy's never done anything, without his buddy, who, I mean, look, great, one of the best GMs of all time is who he worked underneath, right? And ever since Theo left, Jed hasn't really done anything without him. He doesn't make those big moves. And it's not about spending money, because I'm not of the belief, and I've disproved this theory a lot, especially with Major League Baseball. I'm not of the belief that you have to spend the most money in baseball to win the World Series, because it's been proven that you don't. But you do have to put together the best product. You still have to put together the best teams. You have to be able to go out there and find what works and be able to fill holes and be able to do the things that you need to do. And year after year after year, he proves that he can't do that. And this right now, what we're going through with the Cubs right now, with all the injuries in the rotation, is just more further proof that he's not that guy. He is not. And I told Cubs fans when he got the extension, I didn't understand the extension. I understand that they went out and got Kyle Tucker, but they got him as a one-year rental. There's no way you give up Cam Smith and you mortgage your future for a one-year rental. It's a dumb move. The move to go get Edward Cabrera, I give him his kudos. It's a really good move. I like Edward Cabrera a lot. But it's a move you should have made last year at the trade deadline. 110% should have made this move last year at the trade deadline, and you waited another 6 months to make the move to start the season when you had a chance last year to make a deep run in the playoffs. So, people like Jed, they blame Ricketts, blah 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 blah. This is a Jed problem, and it's been a Jed problem, which is why I look at the payroll and I look at what it's done. And year after year, Jed makes the wrong decisions. Jed makes the bad moves. I don't believe that what Jed Hoyer has done is worthy of giving him kudos or giving him props and giving him a 5-year extension.
Well said. All right, we're going to take a short break. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. When we come back, Celtics surging back late. Can they hold off the Hornets? We'll get you some live scoreboard updates. And also, Doc Rivers reportedly with some wild comments and another hit piece on the Milwaukee Bucks organization today and what it is clear that the Bucks must do as their season is going to come to a close on Sunday. I'll tell you what that is when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
See you later. Bye. Dexter Lawrence wants out. He wants more money. Let someone else pay him. Goodbye. He's a very good player. I'm not disputing it. Again, the record, 36-79-1. And invariably, people will say, well, he's not his fault. Look at the rest of the team. I get it. I understand. My point is that he's not this kind of transformational player that, like, they're going to win games because of him. They have been one of the, if not the worst teams in football with him. They can be bad without him. They don't need him to be bad. They can be bad without him. Or maybe, what a novel thought this is, maybe they can be good without him. Because Dexter Lawrence is such a good player, and because his contract is not one of the most cumbersome, it's not an albatross of a contract, there will be teams that will be very interested in Dexter Lawrence. So again, the point of this is not that he's bad at all. He's good. If the Giants can get a late first-round pick, let's say, and, Bill Zimmerman and Kenny Henderson, the Bears have been talked about, like their team. Could the Bears be interested? Yesterday we talked about, Nnamdi Madubuike may be coming back for the Baltimore Ravens, right? What if he doesn't? Would the Ravens trade the 14th overall pick for Dexter Lawrence and pair him with Trey Hendrickson on a reshaped defensive line as a piece for Jesse Minter? What about Jesse Minter's old team, the Los Angeles Chargers, who have a bleep ton of cap space and refuse to spend it because Joe Ortiz, the general manager, comes from Baltimore when they don't overspend. They have a huge amount of cap space. They had it last year and they have it now. Maybe they'd like to use some of it to try and win this year. Maybe Dexter Lawrence goes to Los Angeles and goes to the Chargers. The Giants should absolutely do this and get an extra first-round pick. North Carolina this season can absolutely be better than Duke. And I understand that Hubert Davis and North Carolina beat Duke in Coach K's final game in the Final Four. I understand that. But in the post-Coach K, let's call it post-Coach K, Roy Williams era, I know that North Carolina won that game. I understand. Duke has been the better program, despite that. And I think even the most diehard North Carolina fan, if you gave them truth serum, would have to admit that Duke has been the better program. North Carolina can be better than Duke. The way that it happens is if Carolina spends the money that Duke spends. That's how it happens. Because if the talent is somewhat equivalent, right? So you look at Duke and you look at Carolina and you say, look, obviously, Carolina had Caleb Wilson, right? And he's a great player. Duke better than North Carolina this year. Fair to say? I think so. if we get to next year in the ACC and Carolina is better, the same, or slightly worse than Duke, talent-wise, here would be my question to everybody. Who do you trust more at the end of a close game? Jon Scheyer, who has to beat the allegations. Remember what I said last Monday after Duke blew it against UConn in the East Regional Final. I think Scheyer will win a national championship at Duke. I think he will. But until that happens, the questions will be there about his ability to close out big games and not oversee absolute mind-numbing, soul-crushing collapses. Who are you going to trust at the end of these games? Jon Scheyer or NBA champion Michael Malone?
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight. This is a fitting song being played by producer Brandon Combs after we were talking about the tough-looking photos, and I'll leave it at that, of Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel at an Arizona resort together. That's Shaggy right there. Wasn't me. Yikes. I'm Pat Boyle. Welcome back. Phone number to join, 310-840-4910. Get you some scoreboard updates in just a bit here, but I gotta mention this, and this story has been circling around and around and around and around and around the entire season, and we've gotten nothing from it other than another brutal, mediocre, embarrassing, pathetic season from the Milwaukee Bucks. And it's tough because Giannis, he hasn't been able to stay healthy. And honestly, when we're talking about the prospects of Milwaukee trading Giannis this summer, I don't know if he's going to. I mean, Mikal Bridges got 5 first-round draft picks from the Nets to the Knicks. And so I would say there's no way that Giannis is getting anything less than that. But you look at Giannis, he's 31, and this is now 2 straight seasons where he's had some injuries, and this year he's only played 36 games, and he has been frequently injured in the postseason. I still think he's a top 5 player in the game when he's healthy. We haven't seen it all this season, and it's been more often than not we see him injured in the playoffs. You know, the Bucks fans will always have 2021. Never take that title away from them. You'll never be able to take that off of the placard. But man, this front office, they have made some terrible decisions over the last 10 months. Deciding to waive and stretch Damian Lillard's contract and basically eat $23 million annually through 2030. And then selling Giannis on them being Eastern Conference contenders. I mean, who knows? Who knows what Milwaukee's season would have looked like if Giannis didn't have those basically back-to-back injuries, you know, the calf strain that has cost him more than half the season. Who knows? Right? Because once that happened, they've basically tanked the season. They've been tanking. And I won't hear anything other than that. But, you know, there was another hit piece put out here, and Shams Charania is basically, you know, he's like the guy that put every single one of his pennies of life savings, every single dollar, every single thousands of dollars of his life savings into like one stock. Like, hey, I put all my stock in Apple, and that's going to make me rich. And I'm going to keep telling you that I put all my stock in Apple. And in case you ever forget that I put all my stock in Apple, I'm going to tell you that I put all my stock in Apple every single chance I get. And that's Shams, who again, that's 4-letter network, and that is trying to generate clicks and trying to get stories going. It's the last week of the regular season in the NBA, so it's a bit slow. So let's recycle and let's regurgitate all the sources and all the anonymous sources and the stories and the information that we're getting around the Milwaukee Bucks so that we can once again this offseason make sure we have a conversation around one of the top players in the game. Are the Bucks going to trade Giannis? Or the Bucks not going to trade Giannis? Are the Bucks going to trade Giannis? Well, Giannis is ready for his new home. That was the trade deadline. Nothing happened. Giannis in the offseason is considering all his options. He wants to move. And look, there's probably truth in all of that. I don't know if it's 100% truth, but there's probably a decent amount of truth in everything that has been reported. It's just I'm exhausted by it. I can't take it anymore. But after the latest reported comments that Doc Rivers told Bucks players in a meeting recently where they were trying to, they were airing some grievances. They were trying to pull things together. It's not easy. It's not easy when you go through a season where you're 31-48 and you're 5-17 in your last 22 games, and now you're pretty much routinely getting blown off the floor since Giannis has gotten hurt again. It's not easy to go through that, and you got emotional veteran leaders like Bobby Portis that has had to sit through this. That guy's an NBA champion, and now they're at the lowest of lows. But when I heard today that on March 2nd, the night after a blowout loss to the Bulls, that Doc Rivers called the team meeting, and then he implored his team to, quote, look at my resume and Google me. I took teams to the playoffs and championship that weren't supposed to be there. I thought this was one of them. And apparently it didn't go well, and he embarrassed himself, and some players called him out. I mean, look, the Bucks are running out of time to trade Giannis. So here's my solution for the Milwaukee Bucks. And I've said this before on the show a couple of months ago, 2 months ago at the trade deadline, and I'm going to say it again now. There is no trying to dig yourself out of this if you're the Milwaukee Bucks, right? They tried to dig themselves out of the hole in the offseason. They waived and stretched Lillard's contract. They're eating $23 million a year through 2030 just to get Damian Lillard off the team. Just so they didn't have to keep actually paying him while he was recovering from the torn Achilles this season. They said, you know what? By the time he comes back, he ain't going to be worth it. Let's waive him. He can go back to Portland. He can be home. He can do whatever the hell he wants. But they are running out of time to trade Giannis. They're running out of time. And so here is my solution for the Milwaukee Bucks once and for all. Fire Doc Rivers on Sunday. Don't even wait till Monday. Last day of the regular season is on Sunday. The Bucks play at 6:00 p.m. Eastern against the 76ers in Philadelphia. When they get back on the plane, just let Doc Rivers know, hey, when we get back to Milwaukee, you can clean out your office. Fire Doc Rivers. It's a failed experiment. It was a failed experiment from the get-go when they brought him in midway through the season a couple of years ago, and then he basically was like, I don't know what to do. This isn't my fault. This isn't my fault. Right? He takes over midway through the season. They lose in the first round. He basically plays the blame game. He plays the excuse game. They lose in the first round again last year. Once again, first round, Doc Rivers exit. I mean, he didn't get a chance to blow a 3-1 lead this time. They basically just got embarrassed once again by the Pacers. Fire Doc Rivers, trade Giannis, and hit the reset button. And just start rebuilding. You've wasted enough time already. Giannis has one more year on his contract next year. It's for $58 million. And then he's got a player option in 12 months from now. So in 12 months from now, we'll be in the final week of the regular season in 2027, and Giannis is basically going to enter free agency because there is absolutely zero shot in hell he is going to accept or sign that player option. He's going to reject it. He's going to become a free agent. So you have 12 months, not even. You have until February of next year. You have 10 months to trade Giannis. And by February rolls around, he essentially becomes a rental because he's got that player option. Unless you trade him to a team that you can basically guarantee he's going to sign a contract extension with immediately or in the offseason, you're risking losing him for nothing. A generational talent, a top 5 player in the league, an NBA champion, an MVP. You have wasted so much time that this summer, this is your last chance to trade Giannis. Fire Doc Rivers because he has no business being the head coach of this team anymore. I would probably clear house if I'm being honest. I would probably clear house as well. Clear house and clear Horst. John Horst. I would clean house and clear Horst. I would clean house, fire John Horst. I'd fire Doc Rivers. I would trade Giannis, get as many first-round draft picks as you can get back, and just start over. You got a title a couple of years ago. Some players, they can never say that. Some teams that were so close, Damian Lillard, that was so close with Portland, they waited too long. Some other great players that never won championships and then ended up on different teams after that, those teams waited too long. The Bucks got a title. And they've also still waited too long. You're never getting another title with Giannis on the Milwaukee Bucks. You're just not. You have $23 million every year devoted to a player that is not there anymore until 2030. Trade Giannis and get 4 or 5 first-round draft picks. Get him while you can now, because you're not getting that in February at the trade deadline when he's a rental, and you better not risk losing him for nothing, thinking that you can sell him another pipe dream next year. Hey, Giannis, we promise we will do whatever it takes. You can't do it because you have nobody else on that team. They tried to sign Miles Turner. I liked the signing at the time. I thought it was a decent signing because I thought, he wasn't just a product of an incredible Pacers team that played with pace and shared the ball, but Miles Turner hasn't had a good year. He has not had a good year. He has to try to do it by himself, and he doesn't have great playmakers around him or a team that is tremendously coached like Rick Carlisle and the Pacers and play with pace and know how to get everybody involved and spread the floor and get open three-point shots like they're going out of style. Miles Turner ain't as valuable, and that's been proven this year. It's been more than proven. So, one more time to spell it out for you in Milwaukee. For the Bucks ownership. Clean house, fire Doc Rivers, trade Giannis. And there you go. There's your solution. And there's going to be some tough years. You're going to be in rebuild mode. The Thunder did it. Many of other teams have done it. You're going to have a boatload of draft capital. You missed your chance on what was a loaded draft class this year. Missed your chance to get an extra first-round draft pick. You can't miss out any longer. You have to trade Giannis this summer. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll finish up with any of your phone calls. We'll get you one more scoreboard update. We'll close the show when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
If you don't think Kirk Cousins is starting week 1 for the Raiders, assuming health, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you're dim-witted. I don't know how else to put it. Kirk Cousins did not get like a 1-year, $7 million deal. He's getting $20 million. $20 million. He's starting to begin the year for the Raiders. 100%. Unless he's not healthy. Kirk Cousins is going to start. And I hate that. And I can appreciate the counters that people have to that, which are, like Mendoza. Like it's a college offense that he ran. And I don't mean that as an insult. They won the national title. But tons of RPOs. It was not a pro-style scheme that Mendoza ran. And then you have Clint Kubiak, who's running a variant of like the Shanahan scheme and what his dad ran, obviously. And look, there will be a learning curve for Fernando Mendoza. So I understand the thought process of don't throw him to the Wolves. I disagree with that. You're going to take him first overall. Let him play. Let him learn. Let him work through it. If he's good enough to be the top overall pick, he'll figure it out. Now, whether or not Mendoza starts in week 1, I think it's important for me to say this. I think Fernando Mendoza is going to be a really good NFL quarterback. And I think the partnership between Mendoza and Clint Kubiak is going to bear fruit. I would be pretty surprised if at some point early on in the Mendoza-Kubiak partnership that the Las Vegas Raiders were not at least contenders in the final weeks of the regular season for a wild card spot, if not more. I think Mendoza's going to be a stud, and I have optimism in what Clint Kubiak will be as a head coach, and obviously we know he's a very good offensive play caller. It's just not going to be this year. Like to quote Vince McMahon, the Raiders will be good, but not tonight, but not this year. Everyone is bitching and moaning about the officiating as if that's the reason that Connecticut lost this game last night. Connecticut lost the game because Connecticut wasn't good enough, period, end of story, to take advantage of a zillion opportunities presented to it in the form of Michigan not playing well in the game. Think about all the things that happened for UConn in the game. Michigan shot 13% from three. UConn made 7 more threes than Michigan did. UConn had more rebounds. UConn had more assists. And Michigan's best player was hurt. Not playing at 100%. All of these things happened, and UConn still lost. How about this? In the history of the NCAA tournament, OptaStats credit for this. Teams are 1-50 all time when they score under 70 points, shoot under 40% from the field, and shoot under 15% from three on 15 or more attempts, and get out rebounded. The one in 1-50, Michigan, last night. You want to tell the truth about what happened about last night's game? While everybody is in a rush and he's the best. And this run for UConn has been majestic and marvelous, and we're going to credit them. We're going to credit them. But if you're going to tell the truth about this game, you need to say UConn blew it.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. Final couple of minutes here until we turn things over to Linnell Willingham for Westwood One Sports Night. He'll take you all the way to 3 a.m. Eastern, midnight Pacific. Until then, I got you for a couple more minutes. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join is 310-840-4910. You can also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. It's gone final in Boston. The Celtics beat the Hornets 113-102. Dominant fourth quarter from Boston where they showed their championship chops. They showed their playoff chops. They held the Hornets to 15 points in the fourth quarter. And they beat them 113-102. Now, I'm happy to say that, I do the daily Beat the Books promo every morning. And that was the pick that I gave out, Celtics to cover the 4.5. So they were down for most of this game and then a late surge in the third quarter. And then they led by double digits for most of the last 3 or 4 minutes or so. So a comfortable one at the very end. But this is a game where Charlotte really tested them. And this is a game that proved that the Celtics are for real. And also the Hornets are for real. And I think my biggest takeaway is that there is a legit chance, there is a really good chance that this is the first round matchup in the NBA playoffs, that this could be the 2 versus the 7 seed. Because Boston, I think, has just about mathematically locked up the 2 seed in the East. No, they actually have not yet because, again, the Knicks are technically 3 games back of the Celtics, but the Knicks do own the season tiebreaker over Boston. So the magic number is 1 for Boston to get the 2 seed. And so they're going to end up playing whoever wins the 7 versus 8 game in the play-in tournament, which is just over a week from today. Crazy. NBA playoffs are a week away. I can't freaking wait. I cannot freaking wait. And with that loss, the Hornets, as of this very second, they're 9th, but they're only a half game back of the Magic and the Sixers. And the Hornets finish their final 2 games by playing the Pistons on Friday, who have nothing to play for. They've already got the 1 seed locked up, no Cade Cunningham. And then they play my New York Knicks on the final day of the regular season. And I'm assuming that at that point, the Knicks will have almost nothing to play for because the Knicks, I think, will be locked into the 3 seed because they own the tiebreaker over the Cleveland Cavaliers. So they technically have a 2-game cushion over the Cavs so they don't drop to the 4 seed. And again, I think they're not going to catch the Celtics. So I think that the Hornets will win their final 2 games. And I think either the Sixers or the Magic will lose another time. And I think the Hornets will be playing in that 7 versus 8 play-in game. And if they win that, then you have Celtics Hornets in the first round, which is going to be a big freaking test for Boston. It'll be a bigger test than they got last year when they played the Orlando Magic. Because they now played each other 3 times this year. The Hornets dominated them, beat them by 30 freaking points a month ago. But I preface that was without Jason Tatum. And so in the 2 games that Tatum has come back and played in, the Celtics beat them in Charlotte by 15. And even tonight in a game that the Hornets led by as many as 8 at one point, actually led by 11 in the first quarter, the Celtics come back, they dominate the fourth quarter, and they showed their resolve. They showed their championship chops. So I think you probably saw what was a microcosm of what a first-round matchup could be between the Celtics and the Hornets. It's a Hornets team that I have fallen in love with this year. I've adopted them as my little stepbrother, but they just don't have that playoff experience, and I think they'll probably ultimately end up losing a series. Maybe they send it 6, but they'll probably be close in just about every game, and they'll probably lose in 5 to Boston. I hope I'm wrong. I hope the Hornets push. I hope the Hornets knock them out. But that fourth quarter, they couldn't make a shot, and I think that was indicative of what you will see if you see the Hornets play the Celtics in the first round. But it was a hell of a game from Jaylen Brown. I mean, he was just straight up dominant, getting everything he wanted in the fourth quarter and the second half, getting to the bucket, finishing through contact, hitting a couple of threes. He had 35 points and 9 rebounds. You know, again, Tatum marveling at this is a dude that literally just came back a month ago from a torn Achilles, and even on an off night, where he struggled, I think he had 6 points at half. Tatum plays 39 minutes and scored 23 points on 8 of 15 shooting and played good defense in the fourth quarter. Celtics, they're going to be a tough out, man. And my Knicks are probably going to get them in the second round, and that is going to be an absolute war. How about this? The Clippers playing the Mavericks. Clippers still trying to lock up some playoff seeding here. They're going to be in the play-in tournament, but they want to make sure they get the 8 seed so that they have 2 cracks at getting into the playoffs. They started the game against the Dallas Mavericks on a 17-0 run. It was 17-0 before the Mavericks scored a single point. And so that's a tough one. That's going to be a long night for the Mavericks, but they're tanking anyway, so they probably don't care. All right, fun show. Thanks to everybody who called in. You can tweet me at PatBoyle44. Thanks to producer Brandon Combs. Does a tremendous job as always. Thanks to video producer Monty. Thanks to Zach Crow, Chloe Pratt, Max Sheedy, and my co-host Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll see you tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern on BetMGM Tonight.
You'd be wrong. He's been consistently the better player between the two. Although, listen, I run my simulations as well. It's not all vibes over here. And an interesting thing that the simulations spit out is that Bryson has better win equity overall than John Rahm. But when you start going down the list, top 5 percentage, top 10, 20, 30, made cut percentage, John Rahm smokes him in everything else. Because when Bryson peaks, he's really hard to beat. My issue with Bryson at Augusta is when you take a look at his style of game, it's driving and putting. Kind of crappy chipper, and his irons are wildly inconsistent. You can't win the Masters with wildly inconsistent irons. This is what has happened to him over the course of the past 2 years. He's come no worse than 6th in either of the past 2 years. The moment his irons get away from him, and they always do, all of a sudden, he's not so good anymore, because especially off these tight surfaces, he's just not that good around the greens. Maybe he'll chip in every now and then, but it always rears its ugly head at the worst times. I remember 2 years ago when he was the first round leader, carried the sign on his back. Everyone was all fired up for Bryson. Once it dried out, those were very wet conditions, and he'll play better at Augusta if it is wet. If it's ever a rainy Masters, take a look at Bryson. This year, no rain, no wind in the forecast. It's going to be firm. It's going to be fast. And I do not trust his irons or his around the green. Could he do it? Yeah, of course he could. He's Bryson. He's an amazing player. Gets it together for 4 days. That's not where my money would be going. It would be versus the two, even in a head-to-head. It would be on John Rahm, just because his median outcome is so much better than Bryson's, especially with the way that he's playing right now.
Dusty May is unbelievable. And I think the only coach that you can say right now in college basketball might be, let's say, if Hurley's going to be one, the only argument would be for second best over Dusty May is Rick Pitino. That's it. And if you wanted to argue Rick Pitino, I get it. I would totally understand that. We can talk about some of the others, right? Does anyone want to put John Shire in this rarefied air? John Shire, some people are addicted to booze. Some people are addicted to weed. Some people are addicted to sex. John Shire is addicted to blowing games in the NCAA tournament that his team should win. You want to put John Shire? I'm sure he can get there. He's not there now. Would you rather have Tom Izzo or Dusty May? Not an insult to Tom Izzo to say I'd rather have Dusty May. Tommy Lloyd or Dusty May. Tommy Lloyd is still looking for the license plate of the truck that ran them over on Saturday night. Matt Painter, Bill Self, great coach, great recruiter. I think Dusty May's a better in-game coach. Brad Underwood, TJ Otzelberger. I'll take Dusty May over basically anyone that isn't named Danny Hurley. And given the age, right? So if you had to pick one right now for your program, you would take Dusty May over Rick Pitino. Because Pitino's in his 70s. Pitino's great. But I think you would take May right now if you were starting a program.